The absurd. Can we smile in a meaningless life? Have you ever felt like you're trapped in a game with no rules? You wake up early, work hard, do everything right, and still fail. Others seem to glide through life effortlessly, receiving more than they give. Meanwhile, you feel like you're carrying the weight of the world, yet unsure. What exactly am I living for? That feeling isn't unique to you. It's not weakness. It's the very sensation of being human when facing the absurdity of life. A French philosopher, Albert Camus, dared to say what many of us have felt deep inside, but we're afraid to admit. Life inherently has no meaning, and we must accept that. He wasn't being pessimistic, quite the opposite. Camus stared into the void, into meaninglessness itself, and from it he forged a way to live with clarity, responsibility, and personal freedom. The story of Sisyphus, an eternal, pointless struggle. Camus told the story of Sisyphus, a figure from Greek mythology. He was a clever man who once tricked the gods. As punishment, he was condemned to roll a massive boulder up a hill, only for it to tumble down each time it neared the top. And he would do it again, and again, forever. This act, repetitive, fruitless, eternal, is the perfect image of the absurd. And yet, Camus said something that sends shivers down the spine. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. How could a man cursed for eternity possibly be happy? Camus explained, Sisyphus has no illusions. He expects no reward, no redemption, but in accepting his fate consciously, he reclaims agency over his life. When you know what's happening and still choose to act, no force in the world can enslave you. That's a kind of freedom few people ever taste. I am rolling my own stone every single day. If you feel like your job is meaningless, if you ever whispered to yourself at 2 a.m., is this really what I'm going to do until I die? If you find that all your efforts lead nowhere, then you are living like Sisyphus. But you still have a choice, to resent it or to accept it with awareness. Camus wasn't telling us to love meaninglessness. He simply said, don't run from it. Because once you stop searching for a grand external purpose, you begin to create your own. A question to shake you awake. Are you living for a reward? Waiting for the weekend to feel peace, for the paycheck to feel valued, waiting for someone to arrive and make you feel whole? Then you've placed the meaning of your life into someone else's hands. Camus said, man is a creature who spends his whole life searching for meaning in a world that offers none. The absurd isn't within you. It lies in the conflict between our craving for meaning and the silence of the universe. Realizing the absurd isn't the end. When you understand that there is no objective meaning, you are freed from the burden of trying to find the right answer to life. No more universal rules. No more, this is how life should be. There's only you and the choice of how to live, consciously. You choose to live for art, for family, for growing plants in your backyard. You wake up to jog not because you must, but because you choose to. Then you've already transcended the absurd. A true story. A friend who stopped chasing meaning. I had a friend who studied finance, landed a solid banking job, earned well. But every day he felt empty. Not because the work was hard, but because he didn't know what he was living for. One day he quit everything, moved back to the countryside, grew vegetables, read philosophy, taught poor kids for free. People called him crazy. But I asked, are you happy? He smiled and said, I don't need anyone to tell me whether my life has meaning. If I wake up and feel it's worth living, that's enough. He didn't chase a noble mission. He just lived how Camus once described. Happiness isn't found in pre-written meaning, but in crafting your own with bare hands. The takeaway. Life doesn't promise you an answer, but you have the power to write one for yourself. When you stare into the void and don't flinch, you realize the lack of inherent meaning is also the source of ultimate freedom. This is not despair. It is radical liberation. So if today life feels pointless, don't panic. That may be the exact moment when you're beginning to awaken. And just like Sisyphus, you too can smile, even while rolling your stone up that hill.
This social contract, the invisible agreement that holds your life together. Let me ask you something simple. Why don't we hurt each other freely, steal what we want, or burn down the streets when we're angry? It's not because we're all saints. It's not because laws physically restrain us at all times. And it's certainly not because life is fair. The reason lies in a fragile, invisible pact, an ancient, unspoken agreement called the social contract. What is the social contract? You were born into it. You didn't sign anything, no one read it to you, but it governs every breath you take in society. The social contract is the idea that people give up certain freedoms in exchange for security, stability, and mutual benefit. I won't harm you. You won't harm me. We'll live together under agreed rules, and in return, we get peace. It sounds simple, but it's the foundation of civilization itself. Without it, there is no society, only chaos. Without it, life is, in the words of Thomas Hobbes, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The original deal, from wild beasts to humans. Imagine the earliest humans, tribes, hunger, danger everywhere. Each person only trusts their own strength, their own instinct. If someone wants your food, they take it. If you want their shelter, you fight for it. That's the state of nature, where every person is a wolf to every other. Then something revolutionary happens. Someone says, what if we stop fighting and start cooperating? What if we create rules, leaders, shared values? That moment, real or metaphorical, was the birth of the social contract. Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, the architects of modern society. These weren't bureaucrats or politicians. They were philosophers, but they laid the blueprint for how we understand society today. Thomas Hobbes believed humans are naturally selfish and violent. To avoid mutual destruction, we submit to a powerful authority, a leviathan, to maintain order. John Locke thought humans are rational and capable of self-government. The government exists only to protect our rights, and if it fails, we have the right to overthrow it. Rousseau said, man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. He believed in a general will, a collective agreement where freedom comes not from doing what you want, but from aligning with a shared moral vision. 3 minds, 3 visions, but one truth. You are not just an individual, you are part of a collective story. The contract you don't realize you're living in. Every time you stop at a red light, every time you pay taxes, every time you let your children walk to school safely, you're participating in this contract. You might not love every law, every policy, but deep down you're choosing society over chaos. Because deep down, you know that, without others, there is no me. A personal story. The night I broke the contract. Years ago, I was in a country I didn't know well. I got lost, and it was late. Streets were dark. I was nervous. I walked into a gas station to ask for help. The man behind the counter barely spoke English, but he smiled, called a friend, handed me a bottle of water, and helped me get a taxi. He owed me nothing. I was a stranger. But he respected the unspoken contract. Help others as part of a shared human community. I remember thinking, this is civilization. Not laws, not paperwork, but trust. That moment stayed with me far longer than any political debate ever could. What happens when the contract is broken? When corruption spreads, when injustice is normalized, when leaders betray the public? People feel the contract is broken. They stop participating. They stop trusting. Society begins to rot from within. You've seen this. You've felt it. Every time someone cuts in line and no one says anything. Every time a powerful person escapes justice. And yet the question isn't whether others are keeping the contract. The question is, are you? The social contract in your daily life. You might say, I'm just one person. What difference does it make? But here's the truth. Society is not them. Society is you. When you listen to someone who's struggling, you uphold the contract. When you cheat or lie, even in small ways, you tear a hole in the fabric. The world doesn't change in grand revolutions. It changes in small, repeated decisions, made by people who remember that being part of a society is both a gift and a responsibility. The modern challenge: individual freedom versus collective good. We live in an age where freedom is worshipped, but freedom without responsibility is chaos, and order without freedom. This social contract, the invisible agreement that holds your life together. Let me ask you something simple. Why don't we hurt each other freely, steal what we want, or burn down the streets when we're angry? It's not because we're all saints. It's not because laws physically restrain us at all times. And it's certainly not because life is fair. The reason lies in a fragile, invisible pact, an ancient, unspoken agreement called the social contract. What is the social contract? You were born into it. You didn't sign anything, no one read it to you, but it governs every breath you take in society. The social contract is the idea that people give up certain freedoms in exchange for security, stability, and mutual benefit. I won't harm you. You won't harm me. We'll live together under agreed rules, and in return, we get peace. It sounds simple, but it's the foundation of civilization itself. Without it, there is no society, only chaos. Without it, life is, in the words of Thomas Hobbes, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The original deal, from wild beasts to humans. Imagine the earliest humans, tribes, hunger, danger everywhere. Each person only trusts their own strength, their own instinct. If someone wants your food, they take it. If you want their shelter, you fight for it. That's the state of nature, where every person is a wolf to every other. Then something revolutionary happens. Someone says, what if we stop fighting and start cooperating? What if we create rules, leaders, shared values? That moment, real or metaphorical, was the birth of the social contract. Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, the architects of modern society. These weren't bureaucrats or politicians. They were philosophers, but they laid the blueprint for how we understand society today. Thomas Hobbes believed humans are naturally selfish and violent. To avoid mutual destruction, we submit to a powerful authority, a leviathan, to maintain order. John Locke thought humans are rational and capable of self-government. The government exists only to protect our rights, and if it fails, we have the right to overthrow it. Rousseau said, man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. He believed in a general will, a collective agreement where freedom comes not from doing what you want, but from aligning with a shared moral vision. 3 minds, 3 visions, but one truth. You are not just an individual, you are part of a collective story. The contract you don't realize you're living in. Every time you stop at a red light, every time you pay taxes, every time you let your children walk to school safely, you're participating in this contract. You might not love every law, every policy, but deep down you're choosing society over chaos. Because deep down, you know that, Without others, there is no me. A personal story. The night I broke the contract. Years ago, I was in a country I didn't know well. I got lost, and it was late. Streets were dark. I was nervous. I walked into a gas station to ask for help. The man behind the counter barely spoke English, but he smiled, called a friend, handed me a bottle of water, and helped me get a taxi. He owed me nothing. I was a stranger. But he respected the unspoken contract. Help others as part of a shared human community. I remember thinking, this is civilization, not laws, not paperwork, but trust. That moment stayed with me far longer than any political debate ever could. What happens when the contract is broken? When corruption spreads, when injustice is normalized, when leaders betray the public? People feel the contract is broken. They stop participating. They stop trusting. Society begins to rot from within. You've seen this. You've felt it. Every time someone cuts in line and no one says anything. Every time a powerful person escapes justice. And yet the question isn't whether others are keeping the contract. The question is, are you? The social contract in your daily life. You might say, I'm just one person. What difference does it make? But here's the truth. Society is not them. Society is you. When you listen to someone who's struggling, you uphold the contract. When you cheat or lie, even in small ways, you tear a hole in the fabric. The world doesn't change in grand revolutions. It changes in small, repeated decisions, made by people who remember that being part of a society is both a gift and a responsibility. The modern challenge: individual freedom versus collective good. We live in an age where freedom is worshipped, but freedom without responsibility is chaos, and order without freedom is tyranny. The social contract is the tightrope between the two. It asks, how can I be free and still live with others? There's no perfect answer, but there is a starting point. Choose empathy. The lesson: you are a signatory. You didn't sign it with ink. You signed it by being born into a world with others. You are bound to billions of people you'll never meet, and yet your actions affect them. When you realize that, life becomes deeper. You're not just living, you're contributing to the very idea of civilization. And that is sacred. The veil of ignorance. How fair would you be if you didn't know who you were? Let me ask you something that might shake your sense of justice. If you had to design the perfect society, but didn't know whether you'd be born rich or poor, male or female, healthy or disabled, how would you design it? That's not just a clever question. It's one of the most powerful ethical thought experiments in all of philosophy. And it came from a quiet, bookish philosopher named John Rawls, who wanted to change how we think about fairness. He called it the veil of ignorance, the thought experiment that levels the playing field. Here's how it works. Imagine you're standing outside of time, ready to be born. You're told, you get to design the rules of the society you'll be born into, but you don't know what position you'll have. You could be born into wealth or poverty. You might be born a CEO or a janitor, a citizen or a refugee. You don't even know your gender, your race, your health. Now, design your system. No favoritism, no lobbying, no personal advantage. You are under the veil of ignorance. Rawls's radical idea of justice. John Rawls argued that behind this veil, most people would design a world that's fair. Why? Because self-interest disappears when identity is unknown. You would want basic liberties for everyone, equal opportunities no matter where you start, protection for the weakest because you might end up there. Rawls called this the original position, a state of pure fairness before bias enters. This wasn't utopia, it was logic, a test of moral clarity. A real-life parallel, a school principal's rule. I once heard about a school principal who had a rule for dividing cakes during class parties. She'd say, one student gets to cut the cake, but the last student in line chooses the first piece. What happened? The cake was always cut perfectly evenly. That's the veil of ignorance in action. You act fair when your future position is uncertain. Now, let's bring this back to you. Think about the taxes you pay, the wages you accept others to live on, the schools children go to, the safety nets for the sick and elderly. Would you accept all these conditions if tomorrow you woke up at the bottom of the ladder? Or are you quietly accepting injustice because you're not the one suffering? Rawls would say, justice is fairness, and fairness only appears when privilege is removed from the equation. The illusion of merit. We like to believe we earned everything, that we deserve our success, our security, our comfort. But did you choose your birthplace, your genes, your childhood environment, your early access to education? No. Those came before effort, before talent could even show itself. Behind the veil, you are stripped of these invisible advantages. And then you must ask, would I still support this system if I was born at its weakest point? If the answer is no, then the system isn't fair. It's simply functional for you. A story that changed me. Years ago, I volunteered at a shelter. There was a young woman, about 25, who had grown up in abusive foster homes, dropped out of high school, and was now living in her car. She told me, people look at me like I'm lazy, like I want to be here. But they don't see the childhood I didn't choose, the trauma I carry. They just see the failure. And I thought, if I had lived her life with her pain, her limitations, would I be doing any better? The veil of ignorance came crashing down on me that night. I realized empathy is not pity. Empathy is imagining you could be them. Because maybe, if you'd been born in her shoes, you would be her. The danger of complacency. The world today runs on identity-based advantage. Money, race, gender, nationality, these shape our outcomes more than we'd like to admit. And when you're doing okay, it's tempting to defend the system that benefits you. But Rawls's challenge is simple. Would you defend this same system if you didn't know you were you? Would you support your country's healthcare system if you were born chronically ill and poor? Would you support your job's pay structure if you were on the bottom rung for life? If the answer is no, then what you're supporting is not justice. It's privilege. The veil as a tool for life. You don't need to be a philosopher to use this. Every time you make a decision that affects others, ask, if I didn't know I'd benefit, would I still support this? If my child was on the receiving end, would I still vote this way? If I had no power, no protection, would this still feel fair? This is the veil in practice. It builds better policies. It builds deeper relationships. It builds a better version of you.
The lesson? Build the world you'd want to be born into. You didn't choose your birth. But every day you make choices that shape the world someone else will be born into. So don't just live for yourself. Live like you could be anyone. Because behind the veil, you might be.
The is-ought problem. Just because it is doesn't mean it should be. Let me ask you a question that might seem obvious at first, but unravel it, and it will shake the foundations of every rule you've ever accepted. Just because something is a certain way, does that mean it ought to be that way? You may think, well, if it's natural, it must be right. If it's always been like this, it's probably fine. But that's the exact illusion that David Hume, the Scottish philosopher, came to shatter. He exposed one of the biggest gaps in moral reasoning, a gap we cross so often we don't even notice we're leaping over it. He called it the is-ought problem. Some later philosophers even gave it a sharper name, Hume's guillotine. What Hume actually said. In his book, A Treatise of Human Nature, Hume noticed something strange. People would start by describing facts, what is, and then almost magically they'd shift into prescribing morality, what ought to be, without explaining how they made that leap. People cheat on taxes. Therefore, people ought to look out for themselves. War has always existed, so war is inevitable. See what just happened? We went from observation to obligation, from description to judgment, without justification. Hume warned, you cannot derive a moral command from a simple fact without something more. That gap between is and ought is where so many errors, manipulations, and injustices sneak in. Why this matters? More than you think. Let's bring this down to real life. You've probably heard phrases like, boys will be boys. It's just human nature to be selfish. Survival of the fittest. Each of these describes something that is believed to be true, but they're often used to excuse behavior that is harmful. When someone says, that's just how it is, what they might really mean is, don't question it. And that's dangerous, because the moment we stop questioning what ought to be, we surrender morality to inertia. We let the past dictate the future without asking, is this the world we want to live in? A conversation with a father who gave up. I once spoke with a middle-aged father who had given up on his dreams. He told me, I wanted to be an artist, but in this world, dreams don't pay the bills. You work, you suffer, you die. That's life. I asked him, do you believe people ought to live that way? He looked at me confused. That's just how things are. And that was the moment I saw Hume's guillotine in action. He had collapsed what he saw into what he accepted, and without realizing it, he had passed that belief on to his children. But just because the world breaks dreams doesn't mean it should. The danger of using is as a shield. Governments, corporations, even religious leaders often rely on is to justify what they want you to believe is ought. The economy runs on cheap labor, so we ought to accept exploitation? People lie in politics, so we ought to expect dishonesty? Violence has always been part of society, so we ought to normalize brutality. See how subtle and sinister this can be? The truth is, just because something exists doesn't make it good. Just because it's common doesn't make it right. Just because it's natural doesn't mean it's moral. So what bridges the gap? Now here's the harder part. If facts alone can't tell us what's right, what can? The answer is values, intentions, philosophical frameworks, something more than just what is. You can't build a moral system from facts alone. You need a compass, and that compass must come from a deeper place. Ethics, empathy, justice,
or a shared human ideal. Otherwise, the facts become weapons and the past becomes a prison. The lesson in everyday life. You experience the is-ought problem every time you say things like, well, everyone's doing it. That's how things have always been. It's just the way I am. Stop. Ask yourself, is that truly the way it should be? Or is that just the way I've stopped questioning? Because the moment you stop questioning ought, you've stopped evolving. And if we want to grow, as individuals, as a society, we have to separate what is convenient from what is right. A story to remember. There was once a small town where parents told their daughters not to pursue higher education. Why? I asked a woman from that town. She said, because girls don't need it here. No one expects them to. That's just how it is. I asked again, but should it be that way? She paused. And for the first time, her eyes widened. No one had asked her that before. That question, should it be, cracked open the illusion. It gave her a door out of tradition. She became the first girl in her village to attend university, all because someone separated is from ought. The final takeaway. David Hume gave us more than a critique. He gave us a mirror to reflect on how we accept the world too easily. Don't let yourself be lulled by the comfort of is. Dare to ask, ought it be this way? Because every moral revolution, from justice movements to personal transformation, begins with that one dangerous, liberating question. Just because it is doesn't mean it has to stay that way.
Hedonism, the pursuit of pleasure, or the trap of it. Let me ask you something personal. What makes life worth living? Is it happiness, pleasure, freedom from pain? If so, congratulations. You've just touched the heart of hedonism, one of the oldest and most misunderstood philosophies in history. But before you imagine silk sheets, champagne, or endless vacations, let's go deeper. Because true hedonism, the kind taught by ancient thinkers like Epicurus, is far more subtle and far more dangerous than you might think. The basic idea: pleasure is the good. Hedonism says something very simple. What is good? Pleasure. What is bad? Pain. Therefore, a good life is one filled with pleasure and as little suffering as possible. Sounds reasonable, right? After all, don't we all want to be happy? But here's where it gets tricky. What kind of pleasure are we talking about? And is all pleasure equal? Two types of hedonism: shallow versus deep. Most people hear hedonism and think of indulgence, drinking all night, eating everything, chasing thrills, avoiding discomfort. That's shallow hedonism. And ironically, it often leads to more suffering, because chasing pleasure without purpose often turns into addiction, emptiness, dependence on external things. But Epicurus, the philosopher often associated with hedonism, believed something very different. He taught that the best pleasures are quiet, lasting, and internal. Things like friendship, peace of mind, freedom from anxiety, a simple life with minimal desires. He even said, if you wish to be rich, do not add to your money, but subtract from your desires. Now that doesn't sound like a party, does it? A modern example, the empty feast. I once met a man who had everything: big house, fancy car, expensive watches. He smiled a lot at parties. But one night, in a quiet moment, he looked at me and said, I feel like I'm full, but starving. He had chased pleasure like a hunter, but every time he caught it, it slipped through his fingers. What he was missing wasn't pleasure, but meaningful pleasure. That's where deep hedonism comes in, not as indulgence, but as a search for wise joy. What gives pleasure its power?
Not all pleasures are equal. Think about it. A good meal brings pleasure. Helping someone in need brings a different kind of pleasure. Reading a great book, walking in nature, creating art, they feed something deeper. Epicurus believed that pleasure rooted in wisdom is what leads to a tranquil life, what he called ataraxia, or unshakable peace. This is not about denial. It's about discernment, knowing when a pleasure is worth the cost and when it's just another trap. The pleasure-pain paradox. Here's where hedonism challenges you. Sometimes chasing pleasure creates pain, and sometimes enduring pain creates a deeper pleasure. Think of exercise, learning a new skill, leaving a toxic relationship. They all involve discomfort, but on the other side, freedom, growth, lasting satisfaction. If you only seek what feels good now, you might be sacrificing what's best for your future. That's why the smartest hedonists aren't the loudest, they're the quiet ones, choosing peace over thrill, depth over distraction. A story of a woman who rediscovered pleasure. I knew a woman in her 40s who once told me, "I don't feel anything anymore. I'm always busy, but I'm numb." She wasn't depressed, she was just drained. Every day was filled with tasks, emails, obligations. No beauty, no laughter, no moments to breathe. One day, she took a walk at sunrise, something she hadn't done since childhood. She cried. Not because the sunrise was dramatic, but because she remembered what it meant to feel alive. That was pleasure, real pleasure, the kind that reconnects you to your humanity. What hedonism teaches us, if we listen. At its core, hedonism isn't about excess. It's about honoring the experience of being human. It reminds you that you deserve joy, that pleasure isn't sinful, but it must be wise, that life is short and numbness is not nobility. But it also warns that unexamined pleasure becomes slavery, that comfort without meaning becomes a prison, that happiness without virtue rots from within. Questions to ask yourself: are the pleasures I chase making me freer or more dependent? Are I seek relief or do I seek renewal? Am I numbing or am I truly feeling? Because if you mistake escape for joy, you'll never know the real thing. The final takeaway: hedonism, when misunderstood, becomes a joke, a symbol of indulgence and recklessness. But in its original form, it is a radical philosophy of self-awareness. It asks you, what is truly worth enjoying? What will still feel good tomorrow? What brings not just delight, but peace? In a world drowning in noise, speed, and constant stimulation, the deepest act of rebellion might be this: to slow down, to feel, to choose joy, not as distraction, but as devotion.
Pascal's wager: why betting on God might be the most rational thing you'll ever do. Let me ask you a question many people avoid. Do you believe in God, or are you just afraid to find out you're wrong? This isn't about religion. It's not about churches, temples, or creeds. It's about risk, logic, stakes. A man named Blaise Pascal, mathematician and philosopher of the 17th century, posed a question so sharp, so simple, it's still debated today. He didn't try to prove God. Instead, he asked, given the stakes, wouldn't it be safer to believe? This is Pascal's wager. The basic idea: belief as a bet. Pascal said we're all gamblers, whether we admit it or not. We're placing a bet. Bet that God exists and live as if he does. Bet that God doesn't exist and live without belief. Now ask, if you're wrong, what do you lose? Let's look at the outcomes. If God exists, if God doesn't exist. Believe, eternal reward. Believe, minor inconvenience. Don't believe, eternal loss. Don't believe, nothing happens. Pascal's point? Believing in God costs little. Not believing, if you're wrong, costs everything. It's not about theology. It's about the smartest bet. But isn't that a coward's faith? You might think, isn't that fake? Shouldn't belief be genuine, not strategic? Fair question. Pascal wasn't trying to trick God. He was trying to open a door for the skeptic. His wager wasn't saying, pretend. It was saying, maybe you don't feel faith, but act as if. Do the rituals, seek meaning. Let belief grow through habit. Just like going to the gym before you feel motivated, Pascal believed faith can follow practice. A modern analogy. Insurance for the soul. Think of it like this. You don't know for sure if your house will catch fire, but you buy insurance. Why? Because the cost of being wrong is catastrophic. Pascal saw belief in God the same way. Not a certainty, but a rational hedge against ultimate loss. You might not know what happens after death, but if there's even a chance that something does, wouldn't you want to be prepared? What if you're betting on the wrong God? Another common objection, what if you believe in the wrong religion? Don't the odds cancel out? True, Pascal's wager simplifies a complex religious landscape, but the core message remains. Are you living as if life has higher meaning or not? Are you betting on purpose or on chance? Even if you strip away the specifics, the wager asks, do you live like existence is sacred? Or do you live like it's a cosmic accident? That distinction changes everything, from how you love, to how you suffer, to how you die. A story of doubt and revelation. I once met a man who had been an atheist for 40 years. Not angry at religion, just indifferent. But when he lost his wife to cancer, something shifted. He said, I needed to believe she wasn't just gone. That love like that didn't just vanish. He didn't become religious overnight, but he began to pray. Awkwardly, quietly, without telling anyone. Why? Because if there's even a sliver of eternity, I want to be there, with her. He wasn't sure if God existed, but he chose to bet. And in that bet, he found peace. Why the wager still matters today. We live in an age obsessed with evidence, proof, and certainty. But the biggest questions in life, what happens after we die? Is there meaning to suffering? Are we alone in the universe? Don't come with clear answers. Pascal's wager doesn't solve these mysteries, but it forces you to take them seriously. It doesn't ask, is God real? It asks, how will you live, knowing you don't know? The dangerous alternative, betting on nothing. If you bet there's no God, no soul, no meaning, then every heartbreak, every funeral, every injustice is just random. And when your time comes, you simply disappear. Now ask yourself, can you live with that, truly? Or are you just numbing the fear beneath your confidence? Pascal didn't say belief guarantees heaven. He said belief gives this life a shape, a center, a horizon. Even if there is nothing beyond, a life lived as if there were might still be better than one lived as if there weren't. What the wager isn't, it's not a threat, it's not a proof, it's not a shortcut to salvation. It's a mirror, a challenge, a choice. It says, you don't know. So what now? Will you drift or will you choose? The final takeaway. You don't have to be a believer to consider Pascal's wager. You just have to be honest about what's at stake, because in the end, you're placing a bet no matter what you do. You can't not wager. So ask yourself, if you're wrong about God, what do you lose? If you're right, what do you gain? And maybe, just maybe, believing, or even living as if you believe, is the most rational act in an irrational world.
The Euthyphro dilemma. Who defines goodness, God or something else? Here's a question that might seem harmless at first glance until it shakes the very foundation of morality. Is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good? This question is over 2,000 years old. It was first posed by Socrates in Plato's dialogue Euthyphro, and it's still one of the most powerful philosophical dilemmas ever created. Why? Because it puts God, or whatever ultimate authority you believe in, under the microscope of logic. The context, Socrates cornering Euthyphro. In the dialogue, Socrates meets a man named Euthyphro who claims to understand what piety and morality are so well that he's prosecuting his own father. Socrates, as always, plays dumb and asks questions. When Euthyphro says, "What is holy is what the gods love," Socrates replies, "Do the gods love it because it is holy, or is it holy because they love it?" Suddenly, Euthyphro is trapped, and so are we. The dilemma explained. Two paths, both problematic. Let's break it down. Option 1. Something is good because God commands it. Sounds faithful. But what if God commanded murder or cruelty? Would those things suddenly be good just because God said so? If yes, then morality becomes arbitrary. It means anything could be good, depending on the whim of divine authority. This would make morality meaningless, just a command to obey. Option 2. God commands something because it is good. This sounds better, but now goodness exists outside of God. It implies that God is not the source of morality, but merely recognizes it. Then who or what defines good? Some moral law higher than God? This challenges the very idea of God as being all-powerful and the source of all truth. Either way, we're left with a troubling conclusion. Why this question still matters today. Whether you're religious or not, this dilemma forces a deeper look at where your morality comes from. Do you do what's right because a book says so? Because you were told to? Because society agrees? Or because something inside you recognizes it as just? If morality depends only on authority, it's fragile. But if morality exists independent of authority, then we're responsible for understanding it ourselves. No more blaming doctrine, no more hiding behind commandments. You and I become moral agents. A modern scenario, the ethical soldier. Imagine a soldier in war. He's ordered to burn down a village, knowing civilians are inside. He hesitates. His commander says, "Orders are orders." He replies, "But is it right?" Now ask, is it right because the general commands it? Or does the general have a duty to follow a deeper standard of morality? You see, this dilemma lives not in theology, but in every human decision that involves obedience and conscience. Escaping the dilemma. Is it possible? Some religious thinkers have tried to resolve the dilemma. They say God is goodness itself. His nature defines what is good. So God doesn't arbitrarily decide morality, nor is he subject to some external standard. Rather, goodness and God are one and the same. This is elegant, but raises more questions. Can we know God's nature clearly? What happens when religious texts conflict? What if people interpret God's nature differently? The challenge remains. Even if goodness comes from divine nature, we still have to interpret it, and interpretation is always human. A personal story. When good felt wrong. I met a woman once who had been raised in a strict religious household. She was taught obedience, reverence, and discipline. But one day she was told to cut off contact with her best friend because he was gay.
She was torn. God wants this, she was told, but her heart whispered, this feels cruel. She stood before her own version of the Euthyphro dilemma. Is this right because God says so? Or is there something deeper I must listen to? She chose love. And for the first time, she didn't feel like she was disobeying God. She felt like she was finally understanding him. What the dilemma asks of you. This isn't about losing faith. It's about deepening it. It's not about rejecting God. It's about refusing to follow blindly. Because morality is not just about obedience, it's about wisdom. And wisdom comes from asking dangerous questions and daring to answer them with compassion. The Euthyphro dilemma doesn't give you easy answers, it gives you a mirror. It asks, who do you become when no one is watching? Would you still choose kindness if no one promised you heaven? Would you still reject cruelty if no one threatened you with hell? That is your morality. The final takeaway. At the heart of the Euthyphro dilemma is a haunting truth. Morality can't just be borrowed. It must be chosen, not given, not imposed, lived. Whether you believe in God or not, this dilemma challenges you to grow up, from obedience to responsibility, from rule following to true goodness. So the next time you face a moral choice, ask not, what was I told? But rather, what is right even if no one commands it? What is good even if it costs me everything? Because that's when ethics begins. Not with fear, not with law, but with courage.
Occam's razor, why the simplest explanation might be the best. Let me ask you this. When something strange happens, do you overthink it? Do you look for hidden forces, deep meanings, or complex conspiracies? You're not alone. Our brains crave stories, and we often confuse complexity with truth. But one simple idea, known for centuries as Occam's razor, cuts right through that noise. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one. At first, it sounds obvious, but in a world drowning in overthinking, manipulation, and data overload, Occam's razor is nothing short of revolutionary. The philosopher who gave us a blade. Occam's razor is named after William of Occam, a 14th century English philosopher. Now, William never held an actual razor. He wasn't shaving theories in a barber shop. His razor was metaphorical, a tool to cut away unnecessary assumptions. He believed that when we try to explain something, we shouldn't pile on extra ideas unless they're necessary. Entities should not be multiplied beyond necessity. In other words, don't invent more causes than you need. Don't add fluff when a clear, clean answer will do. A modern example, the case of the missing keys. Let's say you lost your keys. You check your bag, not there. Now you start spinning stories. Maybe someone broke in and stole them. Maybe my neighbor took them to prank me. Maybe I'm being watched. But Occam's razor gently taps you on the shoulder and says, you probably just left them on the kitchen counter. That's it. No drama, no plots. Just the simplest explanation, and, most likely, the right one. Why this matters in a chaotic world. Today, we're overwhelmed with explanations, news, internet theories, social media noise, political spin, pseudoscience dressed as enlightenment. And often, the truth is boring. But we don't want boring. We want a story, something exciting, dramatic, layered with mystery. Occam's razor reminds us, just because something is boring
doesn't mean it's wrong. And just because something is fascinating doesn't mean it's true. A conversation I'll never forget. I once had coffee with a friend who believed the moon landing was fake. He showed me videos, graphs, shady interviews. He was passionate, persuasive, and completely convinced. I asked him one question. What's the simpler explanation? That thousands of scientists and engineers conspired to fake a moon landing? Or that we actually went there? He paused. Not because I won the argument, but because he had never thought about simplicity as a measure of truth. But simple doesn't mean shallow. Let's be clear. Occam's razor doesn't say the simplest explanation is always correct, only that it should be our starting point. If two explanations fit the facts equally well, the one with fewer assumptions should be preferred. But sometimes, the truth really is complex. Sometimes deeper layers do exist. Occam's razor doesn't deny complexity, it just asks us not to invent it unnecessarily. Use the simplest explanation that explains everything. No more, no less. When our brains reject simplicity, why do we resist this idea? Because the human mind is a pattern detection machine. We want meaning, connections, control. Why did she stop texting me? It must be something I said 3 weeks ago when I brought up that weird movie she didn't like. Or my boss looked away during the meeting. Maybe they're about to fire me. When the truth might simply be, she's busy. Your boss was checking the time. But simple answers are unsatisfying. They don't soothe our egos or make us feel smart. Occam's razor doesn't comfort. It clarifies. A personal lesson in simplicity. Years ago, I fell into a spiral of anxiety. Every missed message felt like rejection. Every silence felt like judgment. I created webs of theories in my mind about why things were going wrong. Until one day, someone I respected told me, "You're spending more time crafting stories than checking facts." That hit hard. I started practicing the razor. When something felt complicated, I paused and asked, what's the simplest reason this happened? What do I actually know for sure? It didn't erase the pain, but it removed the fog. Occam's razor in science, medicine, and life. Doctors use a version of it. When you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. If you have a headache, it's probably not a brain tumor. Scientists use it to build theories. Detectives use it to solve cases. Engineers use it to design solutions. And you? You can use it to calm your mind. When your thoughts spiral, when emotions start inventing stories, ask, what's the cleanest explanation that fits the facts? And go from there. The final takeaway. Occam's razor isn't about being lazy. It's about being clear. It doesn't kill mystery. It kills confusion. It doesn't mean simple equals true. It means don't make things messier than they need to be. Because in a world full of noise, the wisest voice is often the quietest one. So next time life throws you into uncertainty, remember, truth doesn't always need decoration. Sometimes it just needs to be enough.
The Gettier problem. Can you be right and still not know the truth? Let's start with a scenario. You look at your clock. It says 8 a.m. You say, it's 8 o'clock. And you're right. But here's the twist. The clock stopped working yesterday. It just happens to be showing the correct time right now,
by sheer accident. Now ask yourself, did you really know what time it was? You were right, you believed it, and you had a reason. But was it knowledge? Welcome to one of the most puzzling and disruptive ideas in modern philosophy, the Gettier problem. The classic definition of knowledge. For centuries, philosophers agreed that knowledge is made of three things. Belief, you believe something is true. Truth, it actually is true. Justification, you have good reason to believe it. This is called justified true belief, or JTB. Seems solid, right? You believe it, it's true, you have a reason, that's knowledge. But then, in 1963, an unassuming philosopher named Edmund Gettier blew it all apart with just 2 pages. The Gettier twist. When you're right for the wrong reasons. Gettier showed that you can have a justified, true belief and still not have real knowledge. Let's walk through one of his famous thought experiments. You have a friend named Smith. Smith tells you, I'm going to get the job. You trust him. You see a letter from the boss that seems to confirm it. So you conclude, the person who will get the job has 10 coins in their pocket. You just saw Smith's coins. Turns out, you were right. But Smith doesn't get the job. You do. And by coincidence, you also have 10 coins in your pocket. So your belief was true, the person who gets the job has 10 coins. Justified, you had evidence. Believed, you were confident. But it still feels wrong, doesn't it? You didn't really know. You just got lucky. That's the Gettier problem in action. Why this matters? Truth versus luck. The Gettier problem exposes a deep crack in our understanding of truth. Is being right enough if your reasoning was flawed? Can you accidentally stumble into truth and call it knowledge? In everyday life, this matters more than we admit. Think about business decisions made on faulty assumptions, but that still succeed. Gut feelings that turn out correct, but for no good reason. People who knew something bad would happen after the fact. Do they know it, or just guess correctly? A real-life parallel, the false positive. Imagine a doctor diagnoses a patient with a rare disease based on incorrect test data. But coincidentally, the patient really does have that disease. Is the doctor right? Yes. But is it knowledge? No. It's coincidence wearing a lab coat. Gettier reminds us that knowledge isn't just about getting the answer. It's about getting there the right way. So what now? How do we define knowledge? After Gettier, philosophers scrambled to fix the definition. They tried adding a fourth condition, something like no false steps in the reasoning, no luck involved. Your justification must connect properly to the truth. But every new definition sparked new Gettier-style problems. It's like trying to plug one leak in a boat, only to discover another. Even today, over 60 years later, there is no universally accepted solution to the Gettier problem. And that's part of its brilliance. It shows us that truth is more fragile than we think, and certainty is more slippery than we want to believe. A personal story. When I thought I knew. I remember a time I was certain someone was angry at me. They hadn't replied to my messages, their tone had shifted, I knew something was wrong. Turns out they had just been dealing with a family emergency. I was right, they were distant, I had reasons, I believed it. But my conclusion, they're mad at me, was wrong. I had fallen into a Gettier-like trap, seeing pieces of a puzzle and assuming the wrong picture. The scary part is that's how most of us navigate life. What the Gettier problem teaches us. More than just a technical issue in epistemology, the Gettier problem is a wake-up call. It teaches us to stay humble in our certainty, to double-check our reasoning, not just our conclusions, to recognize how often we confuse coincidence with insight. It's a reminder that being right isn't enough. We must also be rigorously honest about why we think we're right. Because the mind loves stories, but reality doesn't care about our storytelling. The final takeaway. The Gettier problem doesn't destroy knowledge. It refines it. It forces us to ask, am I really seeing the truth or just guessing well? Is my belief built on solid ground or sand? Am I confusing coincidence for insight? And perhaps most importantly, can I admit when I don't know, even when I want to believe I do? Because real wisdom isn't just knowing what's true. It's knowing how fragile truth really is.
The mind-body problem, where does the soul end and the brain begin? Let me ask you something that sounds simple, but maybe the hardest question of all. What are you, really? Are you just a brain? A body? A bundle of neurons firing? Or is there something else, something invisible, untouchable, a soul, a spirit, a you behind the you? Welcome to one of the oldest, deepest, and still unsolved riddles of philosophy, the mind-body problem, the core of the mystery. At its heart, the mind-body problem asks, what is the relationship between your mind, your thoughts, emotions, experiences, and your physical body, especially your brain? Are they the same thing, or are they different things, somehow working together? And more importantly, if your brain is damaged, what happens to you? If your memories fade, does your soul fade with them? These questions aren't just theoretical, they go right to the core of identity, consciousness, and meaning. Descartes and dualism, I am a thinking thing. Back in the 1600s, Descartes took a bold position. He believed that the mind is immaterial, a thinking substance. The body is material, an extended mechanical thing. In other words, you are not your body. You have a body, but your real self, the thing that thinks, doubts, hopes, imagines, is non-physical. This is called dualism, the belief that mind and body are two fundamentally different substances. He said, I can doubt that my body exists, but I cannot doubt that I am thinking. Therefore, I am not my body. I am a mind, a thinking thing. At first, this sounds right. After all, you feel like more than just matter, don't you? But there's a problem. The big question, how do they interact? If the mind and body are separate, as Descartes said, then how do they influence each other? How does a thought, I want to raise my hand, cause a physical action? How does pain in the body lead to sadness in the mind? If they're different kinds of stuff, how do they talk to each other? This is called the interaction problem, and even today, no one has solved it. Some say Descartes tried to place the connection in the pineal gland, a tiny part of the brain. But modern science doesn't buy that. The mystery remains. Materialism. You are your brain. Today, many scientists and philosophers reject dualism. Instead, they adopt materialism, the belief that everything, including thoughts, emotions, and consciousness, can be explained by physical processes. In this view, the mind is the brain. Consciousness is just neurons firing in patterns. You are nothing more than an elaborate biological machine. It's clean, it's logical, it's testable. But is it satisfying? When you feel heartbreak, do you really want to reduce it to neurochemical activity in the limbic system? When you hear a beautiful song and cry, Is that just auditory cortex stimulation? Materialism explains the mechanics, but does it capture the mystery? A story that haunts me still. I once visited a man in a hospital who had suffered a severe brain injury. Before the accident, he had been a poet, gentle, sensitive, thoughtful. After the injury, he became impulsive, aggressive. He didn't write anymore. He didn't remember his own verses. I remember thinking, is he still him? If the mind and the body are one, then the injury changed him. But if he has a soul, a separate self, was it just trapped or altered or gone? That question stayed with me for years, and I still don't have an answer. Alternative views, panpsychism, emergentism, and more. Because dualism and materialism both raise problems, other theories have emerged. 1. Panpsychism. This view says that consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, like gravity or mass. Even atoms have some form of proto-consciousness. Sounds wild, but some serious thinkers take it seriously. 2. Emergentism. This view says that consciousness emerges from complex systems. The mind isn't in the parts, it's in the pattern. Kind of like how wetness isn't in a single water molecule, but emerges when many come together. These views try to bridge the gap, but none have solved the riddle. Why this matters to you right now? You don't need a PhD to feel the tension of the mind-body problem. You've lived it. When you're physically sick and your spirit breaks, when your heart aches and it shows up as exhaustion, when trauma lives in your body long after the memory fades. The mind and body are entangled. Whether they're the same thing or two, you live as if they are one story. Understanding that can make you more compassionate to yourself and to others. The final takeaway. So, what are you? A brain? A soul? A spark in a machine? A dream in a body? No one can answer that for sure. But maybe the beauty isn't in the answer. Maybe it's in the asking. Because the more we ask, where does the soul end and the brain begin? The more gently we treat each other. The more humbly we carry our suffering. The more deeply we marvel at being alive at all.
The golden mean. Aristotle's path to a balanced, virtuous life. Let me ask you something simple, but impossible to answer quickly. What does it mean to be a good person? Is it bravery, kindness, discipline, generosity? And how much of each is enough? If you give too little, you're cold. Give too much, you're naive. Speak up too often, you're arrogant. Stay silent too long, you're cowardly. So what's the right amount? The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle offered a timeless answer. Virtue lies in the middle, between excess and deficiency, in the golden mean. This isn't about being average. It's about being appropriate, choosing the right action in the right way at the right time. The golden mean, what it actually means. Aristotle believed that every virtue is a balance point between two extremes. Let's look at a few examples. Virtue, mean; deficiency, excess; courage, cowardice; recklessness; generosity, stinginess, wastefulness; confidence, self-doubt, arrogance; honesty, evasiveness, brutal bluntness. Too little and you become weak or negligent. Too much and your strength becomes a flaw. Virtue is about measured excellence. It's not about being perfect. It's about doing the right thing in the right amount, guided by reason and awareness. A modern scenario when good intentions go wrong. I once coached a young man who had just become a team leader at his job. He wanted to be honest with his team. That was his goal.
but he often gave feedback that was so harsh people left meetings in tears. "I'm just being real," he told me. "I value truth." But was it really virtue? No, it was truth without tact. Honesty pushed beyond the golden mean, turning into cruelty. Aristotle would have called it excess honesty, a vice pretending to be a virtue. So we worked on his tone, timing, empathy. After weeks of effort, his team started to respect him, not just for his truth, but for the wisdom behind his delivery. The golden mean requires practice. Aristotle never said this balance comes naturally. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. You don't become virtuous by thinking about it once. You become virtuous by training your judgment over and over again in the real world. It's like learning to cook. Too much salt? Ruined. Too little? Bland. But once you learn the balance, you don't need the recipe anymore. You feel it. You adjust it. You live it. That's what Aristotle meant. Virtue is lived wisdom. Why extremes are so tempting? Let's be honest. The golden mean is hard. Extremes are easier. They're louder, more dramatic, more instantly rewarding. It's easier to give nothing or give everything than to give just enough. Easier to say yes to everything or no to everything than to choose mindfully. Easier to stay silent forever or to speak constantly than to speak with discernment. Balance requires nuance, and nuance is exhausting. But if you avoid balance, you end up living by impulse, not wisdom. A personal story. When I lost my balance. Years ago, I was praised for being generous. I helped everyone, gave my time freely, took on other people's burdens. At first, it felt virtuous, noble. But slowly, I began to burn out. I was resentful, tired, bitter. One night, a friend said to me, "You're not generous anymore. You're just drained, and you blame everyone else for it." That hit hard. I realized I wasn't living in virtue. I was drowning in excess. Generosity without boundaries had become self-destruction. I had to learn to say no, not from selfishness, but from balance. Only then did my virtue become real again. The golden mean is personal. Aristotle didn't offer one-size-fits-all formulas. He understood that what's too much for one person might be just right for another. For example, courage for a soldier looks different from courage for a poet. Generosity for a billionaire is not the same as for someone struggling with rent. Honesty with your spouse is not the same as honesty in a courtroom. Virtue is not just about action, it's about context, intention, and proportion. You can only find your mean by knowing yourself deeply. So, how do you apply this? Here are 3 simple steps to practice the golden mean. Observe your patterns. Where are you too much, too little? Do people fear your anger or never feel your presence? Ask trusted people. Often others see our imbalance better than we do. Course correct slowly. Don't swing from one extreme to another. Make small, deliberate adjustments. This is a lifetime practice. Not because you're broken, but because you're human. The final takeaway. Aristotle's golden mean isn't about moderation for its own sake. It's about mastery. A good life isn't built by avoiding extremes, but by learning how to walk the line between them with grace, integrity, and self-awareness. Because virtue isn't in the loudest action or the boldest stance. It's in the quiet decision, made every day, to act with balance. So ask yourself today, where have I gone too far? Where have I held back too much? And where in the middle might I find the best version of myself? That middle, that golden place, is where wisdom lives.
Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. But what am I, really?
Let's strip everything away for a moment. The noise, the beliefs, the opinions of others. Let's imagine you wake up, alone, in a strange room. You don't remember who you are. You don't know what's real. The question arises, what can I be sure of? You touch your hands, you blink, you try to breathe slowly. But even all of that could be an illusion. So what's left? That's when a quiet voice inside you whispers, I think, therefore I am. This is the famous phrase by French philosopher René Descartes, cogito ergo sum, a Latin sentence that has echoed through centuries of doubt, skepticism, and self-inquiry. The context: Descartes' search for certainty. Descartes wasn't trying to be poetic. He was on a mission to find something that could not be doubted. He realized that almost everything could be questioned. The world around us might be an illusion. Our senses can be deceived. Even math, reason, and history could be wrong. And perhaps, worst of all, some powerful being, a malicious demon, could be tricking us. But then he found it, a rock-bottom truth, a single certainty. Even if I'm being deceived, I must exist to be deceived. Even if I'm wrong, I must be here to be wrong. If I am doubting, I am thinking. And if I'm thinking, then I exist. That is cogito ergo sum. Why this matters beyond philosophy? This isn't just abstract thinking. This is existential grounding. You may have days where everything feels fake, where the world overwhelms you and you question your purpose, your identity, your very sanity. In those moments, Descartes offers you an anchor. You exist because you are aware. Not because someone validates you, not because you earn money, not because you are loved or hated, but because you can think. That is the beginning of you. A modern parallel, the anxiety of existence. I once spoke with a young woman battling depression. She said, I don't know who I am anymore. I feel like I'm disappearing. She had quit her job, broken up with her partner, lost touch with old friends. Everything familiar was gone. But she was still there, in that room, breathing, reflecting, speaking. Even her doubt was a form of presence. I reminded her, the very fact that you question your identity proves there's someone inside to do the questioning. Tears welled up in her eyes, because suddenly she wasn't invisible anymore. She was thinking. She was real. Descartes didn't stop there. Cogito ergo sum wasn't the end. It was the beginning. From that one truth, Descartes tried to rebuild all of philosophy. He used it to reason that the self exists, that God could exist, that a reliable world might be knowable. But even if you ignore all that, the cogito stands on its own, as a shield against existential collapse. When everything else falls apart, this remains. I am a conscious being. I think, I exist. But is thinking enough? Here's where the paradox begins. Yes, you think, therefore you are. But what are you? A brain? A soul? A story? Just thoughts floating in darkness? Descartes never fully answered that, but the question lingers. If I exist because I think, then who am I when I stop thinking? Am I my thoughts or the awareness behind them? Some spiritual traditions go further than Descartes. They say, you are not your thoughts. You are the witness of your thoughts. Even when the mind is silent, something remains. Which raises a haunting possibility. Maybe cogito ergo sum is just step one.
And beyond thinking lies being. Living with the cogito, a daily practice. You don't need to be a philosopher to use Descartes' idea. Try this. Next time you're overwhelmed, pause. Breathe. Say to yourself, I am thinking. I am aware. I exist. That alone can bring you back from the edge, because we often confuse doing with being. Success, status, attention. We let those define us. But even when all of those are stripped away, the cogito remains. You alone in a room with nothing still exist. A story that proves the point. There was once a prisoner held in solitary confinement for years. No sunlight, no interaction, no sound, except his own mind. He wrote later, "They could lock my body, but they couldn't touch my thoughts. My thoughts were mine. Myself was mine. That was my rebellion." Descartes would have smiled, because even in the darkest cell, thinking means existing, and that's where power begins. The final takeaway. In a world where identity is constantly questioned, where you're measured by what you produce, how you appear, or what others say, Descartes whispers something radical. You are, not because they say so, not because you earn it, but because you think. That's the beginning, not the end. From there, you decide who you'll become.
The categorical imperative. How to be moral without asking, what's in it for me? Let's say you're walking down the street and you find a lost wallet. No one saw you pick it up. There's cash inside. No security cameras. No pressure. You could keep it, and no one would ever know. Now, pause. What do you do? And why? That question lies at the heart of one of the most powerful and demanding ethical theories in Western philosophy. The categorical imperative, created by Immanuel Kant. It's not about consequences. It's not about rewards or punishments. It's about something far more difficult and far more noble. Doing what's right simply because it's right. What is the categorical imperative? Kant believed that morality isn't based on what works. It isn't based on how you feel. And it certainly isn't based on whether you get something out of it. True morality, he said, is unconditional. It's a command that applies to everyone, everywhere, always. No exceptions. He called this a categorical imperative. It says, act only according to that maxim which you can at the same time will to become a universal law. In plain English, before you do something, ask, what if everyone did this all the time? Could I live in that world and call it just? If the answer is no, don't do it. The wallet test. So back to the wallet. You ask yourself, what if everyone who found a lost wallet kept it? Could trust still exist? Could society function? Obviously not. You wouldn't want to live in that kind of world. So, according to Kant, you have a duty to return it. Even if it hurts, even if no one claps for you, even if it's inconvenient. Why? Because morality isn't about feelings. It's about respecting the moral law inside you. Duty over desire. Kant's moral world is tough. It doesn't give you credit for doing the right thing because it feels good. In fact, he thought the most moral acts are the ones you do even when you don't want to. You're tired, but you help someone anyway. You're angry, but you speak kindly. You're tempted, but you choose honesty. Why? Because you recognize a duty, not an opportunity. That's the power of the categorical imperative.
A modern example, the email you never sent. Imagine you've written a furious email to your boss. You're ready to hit send. But then you ask, what if everyone expressed anger like this? Would I want to live in that world? You stop. You reread. You revise. You choose a tone of firm honesty, not fury. That choice, quiet, internal, invisible, is Kantian morality in action. You didn't do it for praise. You did it because it was the right thing to do and nothing more. Why this feels hard? Let's be honest, we all want to be good, but we also want to be comfortable. We want to be honest, but not if it costs us. We want to help, but not if it's inconvenient. We want to follow rules unless no one's watching. Kant's ethics strips away all those excuses. It asks you, would you still be good if there were no reward, no one watching, no applause, just you and your conscience? That's a hard standard, but maybe that's the point. A story from a friend who walked away. I have a friend who once got offered a job at a powerful company. The pay was great. The perks were amazing. But during the interview, he discovered something disturbing. They were manipulating customer data, legally, but unethically. He could have looked away, taken the money, built his resume. Instead, he walked. I asked him why. He said, if I justify this, I'm saying it's okay for everyone to do the same. I wouldn't want to live in that kind of world. That's Kant, pure and simple. Not virtue for show, but integrity when no one's watching. Criticisms of Kant. Too harsh? Some say Kant is too cold. What about emotion? What about outcomes? Shouldn't compassion matter? Yes, emotions are human, but Kant believed that emotion can't be the foundation of morality because it's too unstable. One day you feel generous, the next you don't. But duty, that endures, regardless of mood, circumstance, or convenience. Still, critics say, what if two duties conflict? What if the rule leads to harm? Kant's system isn't easy, but maybe it's not supposed to be. Maybe the price of moral clarity is moral discomfort. The categorical imperative in daily life. You don't need to be a philosopher to use this. Try it. Before lying, ask, what if lying were universal? Before cutting corners, ask, would I want this to be the norm? Before ignoring a problem, ask, what if everyone did this? Suddenly the ethical path becomes clearer. Not easier, but clearer. Because you're not acting from ego, emotion, or gain. You're acting from principle. And that's rare in today's world. The final takeaway. Kant's categorical imperative doesn't give you shortcuts. It doesn't make you feel warm and fuzzy. It doesn't promise rewards. But it gives you something deeper. A compass. A structure. A way to live with dignity, even when no one sees you. So the next time you're faced with a hard decision, ask, what if everyone acted like this? Would that world be just? Would I still respect myself tomorrow? Because when all else fades, applause, approval, reward, only one question remains. Did I do what was right because it was right?
The principle of sufficient reason. Everything happens for a reason, or does it? Let me begin with a phrase you've probably heard 100 times. Everything happens for a reason. It's comforting. It makes chaos feel ordered. It helps us believe that pain has purpose. But is it true? That's the question at the heart of a deep philosophical idea called the principle of sufficient reason, or PSR, a principle that dares to ask, can anything happen without a reason? And if not, then what does that mean for the world, for freedom, and even for your own life? The philosopher behind the principle. The PSR is most famously associated with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, a 17th century philosopher and mathematician. He believed, nothing happens without a sufficient reason. There is no fact that is true or existing or any event unless there is a reason why it is so and not otherwise. In simpler terms, every truth has a cause. Every action has a trigger. Every existence has an explanation. Nothing is random. To Leibniz, this wasn't just about science. It was a spiritual truth. Even God's creation of the universe had a reason, not arbitrary but grounded in rationality. What does this look like in real life? Let's say someone cuts you off in traffic. You might think, what a jerk. People are so selfish. The world is unfair. But if you apply the PSR, you'd ask, what was the reason? Maybe they were rushing to the hospital. Maybe they made a mistake. Maybe they're late to something important. That doesn't excuse the action, but it shifts your mindset from judgment to curiosity. And that shift can transform your relationships and your peace of mind. A conversation with a man who lost everything. I once spoke with a man who had lost his job, his marriage, and most of his confidence, all within a single year. He said, I keep asking myself, why me? What's the reason for this? I asked him gently, do you believe everything needs a reason? He paused. Honestly, yes, he said. If there's no reason, then all this pain is just pointless. For him, reason was redemption. It gave his suffering structure. It kept despair away. That's the emotional power of the PSR. It gives us hope that pain has meaning. But here's the problem. What if some things don't have a reason? A child gets cancer. A tsunami destroys a city. A kind person dies young while a cruel one lives long. Can we honestly say these things all happened for a reason? The PSR says yes, that there must be a deeper cause even if we can't see it yet. But many philosophers and ordinary people feel torn. Because we want meaning, but we're also afraid of the possibility that some things might just happen. Not because they were deserved, not because they were planned, but because the universe isn't always fair. Free will versus determinism. The PSR also raises a terrifying question. If everything happens for a reason, do we even have free will? If every choice we make was caused by something before it, our genes, our upbringing, our trauma, our mood, then are we truly choosing? Or are we just playing out a long, unbroken chain of causes? It's a philosophical tightrope. If things happen without reason, we face chaos. If everything has a reason, we face determinism. So which would you rather live with? A possible middle path. Some thinkers offer a softer interpretation. They say, not everything has a reason we can understand, but everything has context. That means you may not find a clear reason why something happened, but you can still find meaning in how you respond. Maybe your pain wasn't meant to happen, but maybe it can still become part of your growth. Maybe there isn't a divine script, but you can still write your own chapter from the mess. In this version, you become the reason,
Not the victim of the story, but the storyteller. A story of a woman who chose her own reason. I met a woman whose husband died suddenly in his 30s. People told her, everything happens for a reason. God needed another angel. There's a plan. She hated those words. Then one day she said something that stayed with me forever. Maybe there was no reason he died, but I can give it one by how I live in his memory. She started a scholarship in his name, began running marathons for charity, told their story to anyone who felt hopeless. She didn't find a reason. She created one. And that is also a kind of philosophy. The takeaway. The principle of sufficient reason dares us to believe that life is rational, that suffering isn't random, that meaning is not only possible but required. But it also invites humility, that we don't always see the full picture, that reason isn't always obvious, that part of being human is living inside a mystery. So the next time you whisper, "Why is this happening to me?" you don't have to have an answer, but you can respond with, "What can I learn? How will I move forward? What kind of meaning can I create from this?" Because maybe the question isn't, "Is there a reason for this?" Maybe it's, "Will I become the reason? This didn't break me."
The experience machine, why we crave more than pleasure. Imagine this. A scientist offers you the chance to live in a perfect world. No pain, no disappointment. Only joy, success, and love forever. All you have to do is plug your brain into a machine. It will simulate a flawless life. No one will know, not even you. You'll think it's all real. Would you do it? Take a moment, because this question is more dangerous than it seems. Meet the machine that exposes your values. This thought experiment is called the experience machine. It was proposed by philosopher Robert Nozick to challenge hedonism, the belief that pleasure is the highest good. At first glance, it's seductive. If we could experience nothing but happiness, why wouldn't we? But as Nozick argued, most of us wouldn't plug in. Why? Because something deep inside us whispers, pleasure isn't enough. We want more than the feeling of living. We want to actually live. The question that cuts through illusions. Let me ask you, would you still choose pleasure if it was fake? You see, the experience machine strips away the surface. It makes us confront what we really value. Is happiness all that matters? Or do truth, reality, authenticity, and meaning hold greater weight? Because in the machine, everything feels good, but none of it is real. You don't truly climb a mountain, you just feel like you did. You don't truly love someone, you just experience the simulation of love. And for many, that feeling of fakeness, even if unnoticeable, makes the whole thing worthless. Why we need struggle to feel alive. This may sound strange. We want resistance, not just ease, not just comfort, because when things are too easy, too perfect, too smooth, we stop trusting them. Think about it. A story with no conflict is boring. A life with no risk feels shallow. Even relationships without friction can feel artificial. Deep down, we want to earn our joy, to struggle, grow, overcome. That's what gives life its texture. A story of the unplugged life. Let me tell you about a man named June. June was a skilled engineer offered a job to design immersive virtual realities, machines just like the experience machine. He could earn a fortune, design lives people would pay to live. He saw people line up, eager to escape bills, broken hearts, aching regrets. To them, illusion was salvation. But one day, June asked himself, if I design their dreams,
who designs mine? He remembered the pain of losing his father, the joy of building a robot with scrap metal at age 12, the real feeling of his daughter's hand in his. Those moments had weight, mess, flaws, but they were his. So he quit. He walked away from a fantasy job to live a harder, messier, but realer life. The 3 things the machine can't give you. Nozick said the experience machine fails because it ignores 3 fundamental human desires. We want to do, not just experience doing. We want to accomplish, act, participate. Simulated action is not the same as real action. We want to be a certain kind of person, not just feel like one. Plug into a machine, and your virtue is a program. You didn't become brave, you just feel brave. And we want contact with reality, not just comforting illusions. We crave truth, not because it's always nice, but because it's real. A fake sunrise doesn't move you the way a cold orange dawn does, because the real one cost you something. You got up. You felt the air. You were there. Why this matters in today's world. We live in an era filled with miniature experience machines. Social media filters your life into highlight reels. Dopamine-driven apps chase your attention. AI builds fantasy friends. Virtual worlds tempt you to trade effort for escape. But here's the danger. The more we simulate satisfaction, the less we understand what it means to be truly satisfied. We forget how to endure silence, feel boredom, earn joy, accept pain. We risk trading meaning for sensation. What happens when you unplug? Choosing reality means choosing doubt, uncertainty, failure, beauty, struggle, raw, unfiltered truth. It's not easy, but it's yours. You don't just feel love, you build it. You don't just enjoy success, you bleed for it. And when you look back, even your scars will tell stories the machine could never write. Final thought. If someone offered you eternal pleasure at the cost of your freedom, your truth, your growth, would you take it? Robert Nozick didn't think so. Because at the heart of being human isn't the pursuit of feeling good. It's the pursuit of something real, even if it hurts. So don't fear the hard road. Don't envy those who plug in. You're not here to simulate life. You're here to live it. And in that, there's a depth of joy no machine can ever replicate.
Dialectical materialism. How conflict shapes history and reality. Let me ask you something. Do you think the world changes because of peace and agreement, or because of tension, struggle, and contradiction? If you've ever wondered why empires rise and fall, why revolutions ignite, or why societies evolve in fits and fractures rather than harmony, then welcome to one of the boldest, most disruptive theories in philosophy, dialectical materialism. This isn't just a theory. It's a way of looking at everything, from history to economics, from politics to your own inner world. The core idea? Conflict isn't a problem, it's a process. Dialectical materialism was forged in the fire of history, shaped by the minds of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Here's what they believed. The world isn't moved by ideas floating in the sky. It's moved by material conditions, resources, labor, who owns what and who doesn't. And more importantly, change doesn't happen smoothly. It happens through contradictions, opposing forces grinding against each other until something breaks, then transforms. This is the dialectical part. One force, physis, meets its opposite, antithesis, and through conflict, something new emerges, synthesis. It's not just about clashing ideas. It's about clashing realities. History as struggle, not storybook. Think back to any major turning point in history. The fall of the Roman Empire, the birth of capitalism, the French Revolution, the Civil Rights Movement, even the invention of the internet.
None of these happened by accident. None came from pure inspiration. Each emerged from pressure, tension, and imbalance, then broke the old system open. Marx believed this pattern applied everywhere. Slaves versus masters, serfs versus feudal lords, workers versus capitalists. Each age carries the seed of its own destruction. Why? Because the structures that benefit a few eventually become unbearable for the many. And when that happens, change doesn't come politely. It erupts. What it means for you. Okay, let's pause. You might ask, so this is just about class struggle and revolutions, right? What does that have to do with me? More than you think. Dialectical materialism isn't just about nations. It's about how transformation works, in history and relationships, and in the story you're writing every single day. Whenever you feel torn between comfort and growth, between conformity and truth, between who you were and who you want to become, you're living through your own dialectic. You are both the conflict and the possibility. A story of change through struggle. Let me tell you a story. There was once a boy named Toma who lived in a small village where everyone worked on land owned by a wealthy lord. Toma's father worked from dawn to dusk and still came home with aching hands and empty pockets. As Toma grew, he asked questions. Why do we toil while he feasts? Why are we punished for resting while he profits from sleeping? No one gave him answers, but the questions burned. So he left the village, studied, learned the ways of trade, power, and law. Years passed. When he returned, he didn't come back with weapons. He came back with organization. He taught the villagers how to demand, not beg, how to bargain, not obey. They didn't burn down the Lord's manor, they bought the land. Not through violence, but through unified pressure built on truth. That was Toma's revolution. No blood, but plenty of conflict. And from that conflict, a new structure was born. Why this theory still matters. You may not agree with everything Marx said. You may not believe in class warfare or revolution. But here's the brilliance of dialectical materialism. It doesn't ask you to be an ideologue. It asks you to see patterns. That systems protect themselves until they can't. That people adapt, but not endlessly. That change is never painless, but it's often necessary. Whether it's a toxic workplace, a broken relationship, or a dying tradition, what doesn't evolve eventually collapses. And collapse is not the end, it's the start of synthesis. The two lenses, material versus ideal. Marx drew a line in the sand. Idealists say the world is shaped by ideas. Materialists say it's shaped by conditions. Marx believed the base, things like food, shelter, economy, determines the superstructure, like religion, art, culture. In other words, you don't believe in certain values because they're true. You believe them because they work under current conditions. But when those conditions change, ideas must either adapt or die. That's why old empires crumble. That's why new philosophies rise. That's why youth challenges tradition. Because the world is not fixed. It's fluid, it's frictional, and it's always becoming. The truth hidden in tension. Here's something most people avoid. Tension is not always bad. Sometimes the thing that annoys you, the thing that pushes you, the thing that refuses to let you rest, that's the truth asking to be heard. Dialectical thinking says, instead of running from contradiction, face it. Instead of choosing sides, ask what emerges from the clash. Instead of fearing change, learn its rhythm. When you stop trying to resolve life into black and white and start dancing with the gray, you become fluid. And in that fluidity, you find power.
final reflection. Let me leave you with this. You are not a stable, finished product. You are a living contradiction in motion. And that's not a flaw. That's your strength. If history is shaped by conflict, so is character. If society evolves through struggle, so does your soul. So next time you feel torn, split, uncertain, don't collapse. Lean in. There's a synthesis waiting on the other side.
Buridan's ass when rationality paralyzes action. Let me paint you a picture. In a quiet meadow stands a donkey. To his left, a pile of hay. To his right, another pile of hay. Both are equal in size, smell, and distance. And the donkey, being perfectly rational, cannot decide which to eat. He hesitates, considers, calculates. But because both choices are identical, he finds no reason to prefer one over the other. So he stands still, thinking, and slowly starves. That, my friend, is Buridan's ass. What is this paradox? Named after the 14th century philosopher Jean Buridan, this is a classic thought experiment. It's not about actual donkeys, it's about rational paralysis. What happens when every option appears equally good? If there's no compelling reason to choose one over the other, should we do nothing? And if we do nothing, have we failed to be rational? Or have we become the victim of rationality itself? When logic becomes a trap. The paradox shows us something counterintuitive. Pure logic can lead to inaction. In the real world, indecision isn't neutral. It's dangerous. A doctor who can't choose a treatment while a patient bleeds, a leader who can't decide between two strategies while time runs out, a lover who can't confess because both vulnerability and silence feel equally risky. In all cases, hesitation becomes harm. We want to believe that thinking things through always helps, but sometimes waiting for the perfect choice is what destroys us. A story of a paralyzed prince. Let me tell you a tale from the ancient kingdom of Jalan. Prince Haran was wise, too wise, some said. One day, two noble families offered him alliance through marriage. Both women were intelligent, kind, and beautiful. Both families were powerful, equal in prestige. The prince spent weeks studying, comparing, reflecting. He said, "I must not choose by emotion, only by reason." Each day he found a new quality in one and a counter-quality in the other. He delayed, months passed. Eventually, both families withdrew, insulted. The prince remained alone. And in the court's quiet halls, people whispered, "He did not choose wrongly. He simply chose nothing." And nothing is often the worst choice of all. Why this paradox matters? Buridan's ass isn't just a philosophical toy. It reveals something deeply human, that our desire for perfect clarity can become a prison. It teaches us, too much thinking can lead to no action. Not choosing is still a choice, often a harmful one. Life rarely gives us perfectly balanced options, but when it does, the clock still ticks. There's danger in perfectionism disguised as rationality, because while we wait for certainty, life doesn't wait. Modern paralysis, the curse of options. Today, this paradox shows up everywhere. Endless menus on Netflix, we browse until bedtime. Choosing between two job offers, both seem equal, so we delay. Picking a book to read, we compare reviews, lists, genres, and end up reading none. We've mistaken more options for better freedom, but sometimes too many equally good paths
equals no path taken at all. The donkey dies not from hunger, but from fear of choosing wrong. And we miss opportunities for the same reason. How to escape the paradox. Here are 3 tools to break free from rational paralysis. 1. Embrace imperfection. Not every choice needs a reason stronger than intuition. Trust your instincts. If all choices are equal, then any choice is acceptable. It's better to choose something than to freeze forever. 2. Time limit your decisions. Give yourself deadlines. I'll decide in 24 hours. If I can't find a strong reason, I'll flip a coin. No more research after Friday. Structure beats hesitation. 3. Redefine what wrong means. We often delay because we fear regret. But ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen if I pick wrong? Usually, it's not starvation. It's a detour, not a disaster. The donkey didn't need to overthink. He needed to eat. And so do you. A final reflection. Burden's ass isn't about animals or absurdity. It's about us, when we freeze between choices, hoping for a sign. When we delay decisions in the name of logic, but really out of fear. When we believe perfect reasoning will save us, and end up doing nothing at all. Action creates momentum. Momentum creates learning, and learning builds wisdom. But nothing builds from nothing. So if you're stuck between 2 good options today, pick one. Not because it's better, but because you have better things to do than wait forever.
The butterfly effect, how small things change everything. Let's start with a question. Can the flap of a butterfly's wings cause a tornado halfway across the world? Sounds absurd, but that's exactly the metaphor that launched one of the most important ideas of modern science and philosophy. The butterfly effect, born from chaos theory. Behind the poetic image lies a terrifying truth. Tiny changes can have massive, unpredictable consequences. Let's explore why that's not just scientific, but deeply personal. A drop that starts a flood. In the 1960s, a meteorologist named Edward Lorenz ran a weather simulation. To speed things up, he rounded a number, from 0.506127 to 0.506. A tiny difference, right? But when he ran the program again, the weather prediction dramatically changed. He was shocked. That tiny flap, the change in decimal points, caused a storm. This insight shattered everything we thought we knew about predictability, and it gave birth to chaos theory, a field that shows how complex systems are wildly sensitive to initial conditions. Life is a sensitive system. But you're not here for meteorology, right? Let's bring it back to life, your life. Because life, just like the weather, is a chaotic system. And the butterfly effect says, small actions today can change your entire future in ways you'll never predict. Sounds scary? Maybe. But also incredibly hopeful. The power of one choice. Let me tell you a story. A man misses his train for 15 seconds. So he sits at a cafe to wait for the next one. There, he meets a stranger. They talk. That stranger becomes his best friend. Later, that friend introduces him to the woman he'll marry. And that woman encourages him to write. Eventually, he becomes a novelist, a teacher, a mentor, and thousands of lives are changed. All because he missed a train. One missed moment, one butterfly flap, that's how fragile and beautiful your timeline is. Why this matters. We live in a world obsessed with big changes. Start a business, move to a new city, quit your job, change your life in 30 days.
But the butterfly effect whispers something deeper. The smallest shift in attitude, the tiniest act of kindness, the quiet decision to keep going can change the entire course of your life. That's not motivational fluff. That's chaotic truth. Unpredictable doesn't mean random. Now, let's be clear. The butterfly effect doesn't mean the world is random. It means the world is sensitive. Patterns exist, but they're complex and often invisible to our eyes. This is important because many people confuse unpredictable with pointless. But that's a mistake. Just because you can't predict the result doesn't mean your actions are meaningless. It means they're powerful in ways you can't yet see. Responsibility in the chaos. Here's where it gets philosophical. If the world is this sensitive, then every word you say matters. Every habit you nurture has long-term ripples. Every decision, no matter how small, is part of a chain reaction. That's heavy, but also it's empowering. Because it means you don't need to be a king, a billionaire, or a genius to change the world. You just need to act wisely, kindly, consistently, and let the chaos carry it forward. A warning, too. Of course, the butterfly effect doesn't only work in your favor. A single moment of anger, a careless word, a bad decision made in haste can set off a different kind of storm. That's why philosophy matters. That's why self-awareness is a moral duty. Because when you're part of a sensitive system, your presence has weight, even when you think it doesn't. The struggle with control. Let me ask you something honest. Have you ever tried to plan your life only for everything to turn out different? Yeah? That's the butterfly effect laughing gently at you. But it's not mocking you. It's inviting you to let go of the illusion of total control. You can't dominate life, but you can participate in it with courage, humility, and curiosity. Final reflection. So what does the butterfly effect teach us? That your actions matter, even when they seem small. That predictability is a myth, but impact is real. That life is fragile, but full of hidden possibilities. You don't need to see the entire ripple to make the first drop. You just need to live well, moment by moment, and trust that the wind will carry something forward.
The paradoxes of Zeno, why movement may be an illusion. Imagine this. You lift your foot to take a step. Simple, right? You move forward. One stride, one moment. But over 2,000 years ago, a man named Zeno of Elea dared to ask, did you really move? Or is motion just a trick of the mind? Sounds absurd? Maybe. But his paradoxes, twisting logic and space into knots, have haunted thinkers for centuries. Even today, they whisper in the halls of physics, mathematics, and philosophy. So, let's slow down, way down, and walk, carefully, into the strange world of Zeno, the man who denied motion. Zeno lived in ancient Greece, around 500 BCE, a student of Parmenides, who believed that change was impossible and that reality is one unchanging, eternal whole. Zeno? He took it one step further. To prove his teacher right, he created paradoxes, not to trick us, but to show that our everyday beliefs, especially about motion, might be deeply flawed. And here's the wild part. He didn't use any magic, just pure logic. Paradox number 1, the dichotomy paradox, never getting started. Let's say you want to walk across the room. To get there, you must first get halfway, then half of the remaining half, then half of that, and so on. But this keeps going. Forever. An infinite number of steps. So how can you ever finish walking the room? Heck, how can you even start? Zeno's conclusion? Motion is impossible. It's an illusion. You're not really walking. You just think you are. Paradox number 2. Achilles and the tortoise. The slow wins. Achilles, the Greek hero, races a tortoise. He gives it a head start. Zeno argues, by the time Achilles reaches where the tortoise was, the tortoise has moved a little farther. And this keeps happening. No matter how fast Achilles runs, he must always catch up to the last position of the tortoise, who's always a bit ahead. So, logically, Achilles never overtakes the tortoise. Which sounds insane, right? In real life, Achilles dusts that turtle in seconds. But Zeno isn't talking about running. He's talking about logic. And logic here says motion is weird. Paradox number 3. The arrow. Frozen in flight. Picture an arrow mid-air. Zeno says at any single instant, that arrow is not moving. It occupies a space equal to its own length. It's at rest. If every moment in time is frozen like that, and in each moment the arrow isn't moving, then how is motion even happening? It's like watching a flip book. Each page is still, but our mind creates the illusion of motion. So again, he asks, is movement just a trick of perception? The paradox of logic versus experience. We move, we run, we jump. We experience motion every day. But Zeno's paradoxes force us to admit, our intuition may not match our logic. What feels obvious might not hold up under analysis. And this isn't just a Greek mind game. These paradoxes sparked centuries of debate in math, science, and philosophy. Enter calculus. Zeno meets Newton. For centuries, Zeno's paradoxes seemed unanswerable, until calculus. With the work of Newton and Leibniz in the 1600s, we finally had the math to tackle infinity. Infinite steps? No problem. Sums of infinite series can converge. Achilles catches the tortoise? Absolutely, thanks to limits. Motion? We now model it with derivatives and integrals. In short, Zeno's paradoxes were not wrong, they were just ahead of their time. But modern physics isn't done yet. Strangely, even quantum mechanics and relativity bring us back to Zeno's doubts. In quantum theory, particles don't have definite positions until measured. In relativity, time and space can stretch, bend, warp. Motion becomes fuzzy. Position becomes a probability. Time becomes relative. Zeno smiles somewhere in the cosmos. His old question still echoes. Are you really moving? Or does the universe just shift around you? A philosophical punchline. So, what do we make of this? Did Zeno just love messing with our minds? Maybe. But maybe also not. Maybe he wanted us to pause, to question the assumptions we never question. Because sometimes the things we trust most, our senses, our logic, our bodies in motion, are built on contradictions. And only by confronting the impossible can we glimpse deeper truths. A modern lesson in stillness. In a world rushing forward, fast trains, fast scrolling, fast living, Zeno asks you to stop. To ask, what is movement? What is time? What is change?
And most importantly, are you moving through life with intention or just reacting to momentum? Because sometimes the motion isn't outside, it's inside. And it's not about how far you go, but how deeply you understand where you are.
Utilitarianism, the math of morality and the price of happiness. Let me paint a scene. There's a runaway train heading toward 5 workers on the track. You're standing by a switch. If you pull it, the train will change direction, but it will hit 1 person on the other track. Do you pull the lever? Do you sacrifice 1 to save 5? That's not just a moral dilemma. It's the core of one of the most influential and controversial ethical theories ever conceived: utilitarianism. What is utilitarianism? Utilitarianism says the right action is the one that produces the greatest happiness for the greatest number. It's not about intentions. It's not about rules. It's about results. A moral calculator. Add up pleasure, subtract pain. Choose the action with the best net result. The idea is simple, but its implications? They shake the very foundations of what we believe is good. Meet the fathers of the formula. The roots go back to Jeremy Bentham, who believed all human actions could be judged by their utility, their ability to promote happiness and reduce suffering. His student, John Stuart Mill, refined it. He argued that not all pleasures are equal. Some are higher, more meaningful. Reading Shakespeare, Mill said, is a richer pleasure than eating cake, even if the cake feels better in the moment. These thinkers weren't just armchair philosophers. They were reformers, fighting for prison rights, women's equality, free speech. Their moral math? It wasn't cold. It was revolutionary. The beauty of the theory. Utilitarianism gives us a clear principle in a messy world. Should you donate to charity? Yes, if it brings more happiness than buying new shoes. Should governments legalize same-sex marriage? Yes, if it increases love, reduces stigma, and harms no one. Should we end factory farming? Yes, if it stops mass suffering for animals and still feeds people. It's moral logic, rooted in compassion, focused on outcomes, not tradition or dogma. The dark side of maximizing happiness. But here's the twist. What happens when doing the right thing feels wrong? Imagine this. You're a surgeon. 5 patients need organ transplants. You have 1 healthy traveler in the waiting room. Do you kill 1 innocent person to save 5? If you're a pure utilitarian, the answer is yes. But everything inside you screams no. Because utilitarianism, for all its elegance, has blind spots. It can justify injustice. If sacrificing 1 person increases overall happiness, it says do it. But what about that 1 person's rights? It treats people as numbers. It reduces humans to units in a moral spreadsheet. It struggles with moral boundaries. Where's the line between compassion and cruelty in the name of the greater good? A story from the edge of math and morality. During wartime, a commander received intel. A village was harboring enemies. He had 2 choices. Bomb the village, kill 10 innocent people, but destroy the enemy. Or hold off and risk the enemy regrouping, leading to hundreds of deaths later. He chose to bomb. The war ended sooner. Thousands were saved. But every night, he dreamed of the 10. Utilitarianism said he did right. His conscience? It never forgave him. That's the burden of consequentialism. You carry not only the lives you save,
but also the ones you destroy. When numbers can't tell the whole story, let's go deeper. What if we maximized happiness, but at the cost of truth? Imagine a government that lies to its people to keep them happy. They fake news, fake progress, fake threats. Everyone feels safe. No one complains. Is that a good society? Utilitarianism might say yes, but most of us would say no, because we don't just want to feel good, we want to live in truth. So even happiness, if built on illusion, can become a moral trap. The modern utilitarian. Today, utilitarian thinking drives many global efforts. Effective altruism. Donate where your dollar saves the most lives. Policy design. Use data to improve public well-being. AI ethics. Program machines to minimize harm and maximize benefit. It asks hard, uncomfortable questions. Should we save one child drowning in front of us, or donate the same money to save 10 kids across the world? Should we ban luxury pollution for the sake of climate stability? Should we prioritize mental health over economic growth? Utilitarianism dares to answer. Yes, if it brings more good. Even if it means letting go of comfort, ego, or even tradition. A balancing act. Utilitarianism doesn't have to be all or nothing. Many ethicists today propose a hybrid view. Use utilitarian logic for policy decisions, but protect individual rights with firm boundaries, and never treat people as mere means to an end. It's not cold calculation. It's about responsible compassion. Final thought. Utilitarianism is a mirror. It asks, are you willing to do what helps the most people, even if it costs you something? It challenges our sense of fairness, our comfort, our selfishness. And maybe that's why it matters. Because in a world of billions, our actions ripple farther than we know. So ask yourself, are you living to protect your happiness or to multiply the happiness of others too? The numbers may never be perfect, but the intention to do more good, that's a life worth pursuing.
The problem of induction. Can we trust the future based on the past? Let me ask you something. When you wake up every morning, do you expect the sun to rise? When you heat water, do you expect it to boil? When you see dark clouds, do you expect rain? Of course you do. So do I. So does every sane person. But here's the bombshell. There's no logical proof that any of those things will happen again. Welcome to the problem of induction, one of the most quietly devastating ideas in philosophy. It says, just because something has happened many times before doesn't mean it will happen again. Ouch! Why induction matters. Every part of our lives depends on this invisible assumption that the future will be like the past, that patterns will repeat, that habits of nature are reliable. This is what we call inductive reasoning. From a few examples, we draw general rules. I've seen 1,000 white swans. Therefore, all swans must be white. That works until you find the first black swan. Then the entire conclusion collapses. Induction is useful, but it's not guaranteed. Hume's challenge. This problem was made famous by David Hume, one of the sharpest minds of the 18th century. He asked, how do we justify our belief that the future will resemble the past? You might say, because it always has. But Hume would respond, you're using the past to justify belief in the future. That's circular. Imagine this. A chicken is fed every day by the farmer. Day after day, week after week, year after year.
So the chicken forms a belief. The farmer loves me. Then, one morning, chop, the axe falls. Past consistency didn't predict future outcome. We live in a house built on sand. Science, planning, weather forecasting, investing, dating, all of it rests on the assumption that patterns hold. But Hume says, you don't actually have proof. You just have habit. That's unsettling, because it means our knowledge isn't built on certainty. It's built on expectation. We don't know what will happen. We expect it. We bet on it. And sometimes we're wrong. Why not just ignore this? You might say, okay, fine, but induction works most of the time, so who cares? But think again. Let's say you're building a bridge, or flying a plane, or designing a vaccine. Do you want to base that on repetition, or something you know is true? This is why Hume's insight matters. It doesn't just shake our personal assumptions. It challenges the entire structure of knowledge. It forces us to ask, how do we ever know we're right? And sometimes we don't. Black swans and blind spots. In modern times, this idea evolved into what we now call black swan theory, made famous by Nassim Taleb. It says, the most important events in history are the ones no one predicted. 9/11, the 2008 financial crash, the COVID-19 pandemic, AI breakthroughs. Each one shattered the expectations we built from past experience. The biggest shocks come from outside the model. And induction? It can't see them coming. The deeper lesson. So what do we do? Do we stop planning? Do we stop trusting science? No. But we temper our certainty. We become humble. We realize that what we call knowledge is really a well-informed guess. And we learn to ask, what if we're wrong? What might we be missing? What if the pattern breaks? That's not weakness. That's wisdom. The philosophical takeaway. Here's the real punchline of the problem of induction. We can't know the future, but we must live as if we do. This tension between uncertainty and necessity is the heartbeat of the human condition. We can't avoid making predictions, but we can learn to hold them loosely, to test them often, to question them deeply, and to prepare when they fail, because sooner or later, they will. A thought to end on. Let me leave you with this. Imagine walking across a frozen lake. Each step feels solid, the ice holds. But somewhere ahead, it might crack. You can't see it. You don't know when. But you keep walking anyway. That's life. And the problem of induction? It's the reminder that every step is a risk. But some risks still are worth taking.
The liar paradox, when language destroys logic. Let's play a game. I look at you and say, I'm lying right now. Simple sentence. But wait, if I'm lying, then what I said is false. But if what I said is false, then I'm not lying. But if I'm not lying, then what I said is true. But if it's true, then I'm lying again. Boom. Welcome to the liar paradox, a mind trap made from just 6 words. But it's enough to shake the very foundations of logic, truth, and language. What exactly is the liar paradox? It's one of the oldest paradoxes in Western philosophy, going back to the 6th century BC. A guy named Epimenides from Crete supposedly said, all Cretans are liars. But if he's a Cretan, and he says all Cretans lie, then he must be lying. But if he's lying, then not all Cretans are liars, including him. But if he's not lying, then what he said is true, which means he is lying again. You see the problem? Language, which is supposed to clarify truth, just tied itself into a knot. Why does this matter? At first glance, it feels like a party trick, wordplay. Fun for philosophers, but irrelevant to real life. But actually, it's deeply important. Because logic, the thing we build computers, math, science, and even laws on, depends on the idea that every statement is either true or false. This is called the law of the excluded middle. A thing is either X or not X. There's no in-between. But the liar paradox says, what if a statement can't be labeled that way at all? What if some statements break the system? Truth, self-reference, and loops. The real problem with the liar paradox is self-reference. It's a sentence that talks about itself, that loops back like a snake biting its tail. Most systems break when you do that. It's like putting two mirrors in front of each other and watching the reflections stretch into infinity, or putting a camera in front of its own screen. Reality starts to glitch. And when language does that, it stops working. Modern examples. This isn't just ancient philosophy. Let's say you're on Twitter, and someone tweets, "Everything I say is a lie." Do you believe them? Can you ever? Or imagine a smart AI that says, "This statement is false." The AI's logic circuit melts, just like ours. Even in software programming, this happens. Recursive functions can cause infinite loops. Inconsistent code can crash entire systems. This little paradox has real-world consequences. Fixes that fail. Philosophers have tried for centuries to fix the liar paradox. Some say, let's just label it nonsense. But that's lazy, because the sentence is grammatically valid and everyone understands it. Others say, let's create a third category. Not just true or false, but something else. Okay, what do you call that third thing? Undecidable? Paradoxical? Undefined? But then, do other sentences fall into that category too? You just opened a black hole in the system of logic. Every time you solve it, you break something else. Enter Gödel, when paradox shatters math. In the 20th century, a man named Kurt Gödel took this idea further. He created a statement within math that basically says, this statement cannot be proven within this system. It's the liar paradox, but with numbers. And it proved something terrifying. Any logical system complex enough to do arithmetic will contain true statements that can't be proven within it. In other words, logic has limits. Truth is bigger than proof. And it all began with, this sentence is false. The human version. Let's take it out of philosophy and into life. How many times have you heard someone say, you can't trust anything I say? Or, I always lie in relationships. You pause, you doubt, you wonder. Is it a trap? Is it reverse psychology? Or are they just being honest about their dishonesty? We humans speak in paradoxes all the time, especially when we're trying to test, manipulate, or escape. Language isn't just communication. It's a weapon, a shield, a puzzle. And sometimes it eats itself. What do we learn from this? Here's the real wisdom hidden in the liar paradox. Language isn't perfect. Words aren't always clean or clear. Logic has boundaries. There are truths that can't be boxed in binary labels. Self-reference is dangerous. Systems that loop into themselves risk collapse. Even reason needs humility. The sharpest minds can still get caught in verbal traps. So what do you do with that? You learn to think more carefully, speak more mindfully, and always leave space for paradox. A final twist. Now let me leave you with a final version, one that's been haunting philosophers for years. The following sentence is true. The previous sentence is false. Read them again, and again, and again, and again. Welcome to the loop. You've entered the maze where truth and lie collapse into each other. And maybe that's the point. Maybe not everything needs to be resolved. Maybe some puzzles exist just to remind us how mysterious thought can be. The Soreite's paradox, when a heap is not a heap. Let's begin with a riddle. If you remove 1 grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? Yes, of course. What if you remove 1 more? Still a heap? Keep going, 1 grain at a time. At what exact point does the heap become not a heap? You see, you can't say. There's no precise line, no moment of transformation, no, aha, now it's no longer a heap. And that is the Soreite's paradox. Small changes, big questions. Soreites comes from the Greek word for heap, sorites. And this ancient paradox isn't just about sand, it's about baldness. When does hair loss become baldness? Poverty. At what point is someone no longer poor? Adulthood. When does a child become an adult? Death. When is someone officially dead? The world we live in is not made of clean lines. It's full of fuzzy boundaries. But our brains crave clarity. And that's where the trouble begins. Why this matters? In everyday life, we rely on categories. You're either employed or unemployed. A product is either new or used. A rule either applies or it doesn't. But reality? It doesn't always cooperate. And this causes bureaucratic absurdity, social conflict, moral confusion, legal ambiguity. The Soreite's paradox reminds us many concepts we treat as absolute are actually built from vague, gradual shifts. And if we ignore that, we risk turning logic into illusion. A story of a good man. Let me tell you a story. There was once a judge named Lao Yun, known for his wisdom and fairness. Every morning he made judgments in court praised for his ethics. But one day a friend came to ask a favor. Can you reduce the sentence for my cousin? He didn't mean to commit fraud. Lao Yun hesitated. Just this once, he thought. And so he signed the papers. The next week, a local merchant asked for another adjustment, then another, and another. Each favor just a small bend in principle. After a year, Lao Yun had become a corrupt official, taking bribes, protecting criminals, masking it with smiles. And he told himself every day, I'm still a good man. I've always been. He never saw the line, because there was no line. This is the danger. That's the dark side of the Soreite's paradox. We don't fall all at once. We slip slowly, grain by grain. You don't wake up greedy. You compromise once. You don't become dishonest overnight. You hide one small truth. You don't burn out in one day. You neglect yourself a little each week. And suddenly, you're not the person you thought you were. But there was no warning, no signpost, only silence. The paradox and ethics. Here's where panic starts. If you can't draw a clear line, does that mean the line doesn't exist? If we can't define when life begins, do we lose the right to protect it? If we can't define when a person is rich, do we tax no one? If we can't say when influence becomes manipulation, do we excuse all control? That's the slippery slope the Soreites warns us about. Living with fuzzy boundaries. But don't despair. This paradox isn't here to make you give up. It's here to make you humble. Not all truth comes with sharp edges. Not all morality lives in black and white. And that's okay. Because in real life, wisdom means navigating shades of gray. A different kind of clarity. So how do we deal with this? Let me give you 3 ancient tools. Self-awareness over certainty. When you feel the boundary slipping, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, am I still living my values even in small things? Guardrails over lines. Instead of waiting for the moment you go too far, set guardrails long before. Language with kindness. Accept that others may define heap, truth, loyalty differently. Don't argue definitions. Explore intentions. Closing thought. The Sorite's paradox is simple. Small changes are invisible until one day the result is unrecognizable. So you must live with gentle attention. Because life doesn't shout when things go wrong. It whispers, grain by grain.
Quietism, when the best answer is silence. Philosophy is often seen as a battleground of arguments, grand systems, endless debates, and intellectual duels spanning centuries. But what if the wisest move is to walk away from the debate entirely? What if some questions are not just unanswerable, but misguided from the start? That's where quietism steps in. What is quietism? Quietism is a rare and subtle position in philosophy. It doesn't offer bold theories or revolutionary claims. Instead, it whispers. Maybe the question itself is the problem. Quietism suggests that many philosophical puzzles only arise because we misuse language or misunderstand concepts. Once we fix those misunderstandings, the problem dissolves, not by solving it, but by realizing it was never real in the first place. Imagine this, the fence that isn't there. Picture someone staring at a garden, utterly perplexed. They say, I don't understand how the invisible fence keeps the dog inside. You look closer. There's no fence, just the idea of one. That's how quietists see many philosophical questions, as illusions we've invented. We confuse ourselves with words, then get trapped in the puzzles they create. Ludwig Wittgenstein, the quietist mastermind. Perhaps the most famous quietist is Ludwig Wittgenstein, especially in his later work. He believed that many philosophical problems arise because we take language out of context. For example, when we ask, what is meaning, as if it were some object, we've already gone astray. When we wonder, do I know the external world exists, we've created a false puzzle. To Wittgenstein, the goal of philosophy was not to construct grand theories, but to clear away confusion. Philosophy is a battle against the bewitchment of our intelligence by means of language. Instead of solving problems, he aimed to dissolve them, to make them disappear. The quietist stance, what it says and what it doesn't. Let's be clear. Quietism is not anti-thinking. It's not saying we should stop being curious. It simply says that some questions are misframed, and when we recognize this, we should stop debating and start re-examining our assumptions. For example, instead of asking, what is consciousness made of? A quietist might say, you're treating consciousness like a thing, and that's the problem. Instead of asking, is morality objective or subjective? A quietist might say, the way we're framing this is broken. Let's look at how moral language is used instead. Quietism invites us to stop trying to solve reality and start trying to see it more clearly. Why quietism can feel unsatisfying. Many find quietism frustrating. It feels like a cop-out. When you're searching for deep truths, being told this question is meaningless can feel dismissive. We want answers. Quietism gives us stillness. But maybe that stillness is powerful. Maybe not needing an answer is a kind of liberation. The power of letting go. Think of someone who's obsessed with understanding their dreams.
They search every symbol, decode every meaning, and torment themselves trying to find truth. Then one day, they stop. They just observe the dreams, smile, and move on. They haven't lost interest, they've gained freedom. That's what quietism offers. It says, let go of the need to always categorize, define, and solve. Some things just are. In this way, quietism isn't the enemy of philosophy, it's its gentle conclusion. Everyday examples of quietism. You don't have to be a philosopher to practice quietism. You've likely done it without realizing. You stop trying to define love and just experience it. You quit arguing whether life has a meaning and just start living. You realize who am I might not have a fixed answer, and that's okay. These are quietist moments. They bring peace, not because the world makes perfect sense, but because you no longer need it to. When to be a quietist. Quietism isn't for every situation. Sometimes we need bold ideas and hard thinking. But when a problem goes in circles, feels tangled in language, or seems to grow the more we analyze it, it might be time to pause. Ask, am I stuck because reality is confusing or because my thinking is confused? If the latter, step back, observe, be still. You might find that clarity returns not with more words, but with fewer. Quietism as humility. There's a kind of humility in quietism. It doesn't demand that the universe makes sense to us. It doesn't assume we're entitled to all the answers. It simply sits with the mystery and says, perhaps this is enough. Conclusion. When silence says more. In a world obsessed with answers, quietism reminds us of the power of not knowing. It teaches that sometimes the best response to a question is not an argument, but a smile. Not a theory, but a pause. Not a solution, but a gentle letting go. In that silence, we may find a kind of wisdom far deeper than words.
The simulation hypothesis. Are we living in a game? Imagine waking up one morning and realizing that everything you've ever seen, touched, loved, or feared was not real. Not a dream, but a sophisticated simulation. That your memories were uploaded data, your feelings were programmed parameters, and your very thoughts were nothing more than code running on an advanced machine. This is not the plot of a science fiction movie. It is one of the most provocative philosophical ideas of the 21st century, the simulation hypothesis. The simulation hypothesis, popularized by philosopher Nick Bostrom in the early 2000s, posits that our reality might be a computer-generated simulation created by an advanced civilization. While it may sound wild at first, this theory is not just a flight of fancy. It is rooted in serious philosophical and probabilistic reasoning, forcing us to confront uncomfortable questions about what it means to exist, to be real, and to trust our perceptions. The core of the hypothesis. Bostrom's argument begins with a simple premise. If it is possible to simulate conscious beings, and if any civilization reaches a technological point where they can do so, then the number of simulated beings would vastly outnumber the number of original base reality beings. That leads to a troubling trilemma. According to Bostrom, at least one of the following must be true. Almost all civilizations at our level of technological development go extinct before becoming technologically mature. Almost no advanced civilizations are interested in running simulations of their ancestors. We are almost certainly living in a computer simulation. The shocking part? Bostrom himself doesn't claim to know which of these is true, but he emphasizes that if 1 and 2 are false, then the likelihood that we are simulated beings becomes extremely high. It's simple math. If trillions of simulated minds exist, and only a few billion biological ones, then statistically, we're probably among the simulations. What would a simulation look like? If this world were a simulation, would we be able to tell? Maybe. Just like glitches in a video game or limitations in a physics engine, some theorists argue that small inconsistencies in physical laws, like quantum randomness or the speed of light limit, could be signs of program constraints. Moreover, simulations would require computational efficiency. That might explain why the universe appears to operate under certain quantized laws. Maybe time doesn't flow continuously, but in discrete ticks. Maybe matter is made of indivisible units, like pixels. Maybe the universe renders only what is being observed, just as video games only generate the parts of the world the player is interacting with. Even more unsettling, some scientists, like physicist Silas Bean, have suggested that we could someday detect the grid structure of our simulation by examining cosmic rays and physical constants for patterns too regular to be natural. But even if we could detect such signs, would we believe them? Implications for free will and identity. Let's assume for a moment that we are simulated. What would that mean for your identity? For your freedom? Are you merely a puppet in someone else's sandbox? Does your pain matter if it's just a line of code? The simulation hypothesis forces us to examine the nature of subjective experience. Even if your thoughts are artificial, do they feel any less real to you? Your love, your dreams, your fears, aren't they still meaningful, regardless of their origin? This ties back to the age-old philosophical debate. Does reality require authenticity? Or is our experience of reality sufficient in itself? If a simulated being feels joy, and that joy affects its decisions, motivations, and relationships, is it any less valuable than natural joy? This is not merely a technological question. It's an ethical one. Would we owe simulated beings rights? Would we be responsible for their suffering? Religious and metaphysical parallels. Interestingly, the simulation hypothesis has eerie similarities to religious narratives. The idea of an all-powerful creator designing our world from above. That sounds like God. The belief that there are hidden rules that govern us. That's scripture. The thought that reality could be an illusion we eventually wake up from. That's found in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Plato's allegory of the cave. In that sense, simulation theory is a modern, scientific retelling of ancient metaphysical ideas. It's an attempt to bridge technological possibility with existential longing. After all, if we are programs, then perhaps someone somewhere is watching over us. Maybe death isn't the end, but merely a reboot. Maybe enlightenment is when we realize we're in the system and transcend it. The psychological consequences. Here's the deeper question. If you believed, truly believed you were in a simulation, would you act differently? Some might fall into nihilism. If nothing is real, nothing matters. But others might feel liberated. If this is a simulation, I can write my own script. For some, it becomes a call to mindfulness. Knowing the game is short, they focus only on what's in front of them. There's even a term for this state, simulation mindfulness. It's the idea that we become more aware, not less, when we accept uncertainty about reality. We stop clinging to rigid beliefs. We stop fearing the unknown. We simply live with awe, curiosity, and humility. The moral responsibility of the simulator. One rarely asked question is, what about the creators? If someone simulated us, are they morally responsible for what happens in our world? What if they allow war, pain, and injustice? Are they like cruel gods, letting us suffer for their curiosity? Or are they neutral scientists, observing without interfering? Or perhaps they're not watching at all. Maybe we are abandoned. Maybe the simulation runs on autopilot, a relic of a civilization long gone.
This idea is both terrifying and freeing. It suggests we are alone, yes, but also completely responsible. No higher power will save us. No bug fix is coming. The game is ours to play. So, what now? You can't prove you're not in the simulation. That's the unsettling genius of this hypothesis. But maybe the goal isn't to prove or disprove. Maybe the simulation hypothesis is meant to provoke self-awareness, to challenge our assumptions, to stretch the boundaries of philosophy into the realm of code and computation. As one fictional philosopher in a virtual world once said, "I don't know if this is real, but it feels real. So I'll fight for it." And maybe that's enough.
The anthropic principle, why the universe seems made for us. Have you ever looked up at the night sky and felt something strange? As if all the stars, galaxies, atoms, and laws of physics were somehow tailored. Not just random chaos, but a universe built with people in mind. It's not just poetic. It's a serious question in cosmology. And the name of that question is the anthropic principle. Let's step into it. Why is the universe just right? You're alive, reading this, which means the Earth is at the right distance from the sun. Water can exist in liquid form. Gravity is balanced just right, strong enough to hold galaxies, but weak enough to allow life to form. The fundamental constants, mass of the proton, charge of the electron, speed of light, are all tuned so precisely that even the smallest change would make life impossible. Coincidence? Luck? Or something deeper? The anthropic question. The anthropic principle starts with a question that sounds innocent. Why does the universe allow life at all? But this leads to uncomfortable territory, because the more we look into the laws of physics, the more it seems like everything is too perfect, too balanced, too designed. And yet, there's no obvious designer. So how do scientists deal with this tension? They offer a principle. We see the universe the way it is because if it were any different, we wouldn't be here to see it. Sounds like a cop-out? Let's look closer. Two flavors, weak and strong anthropic principles. There are two main versions of the idea. 1. The weak anthropic principle. This one's modest. It says, of course the universe supports life, because only in a universe that supports life can intelligent beings like us ask this question. It's a tautology, a loop. We're here because the universe allows it. If it didn't, we wouldn't be here to notice. Simple. But unsatisfying, because it explains the observation, but not the underlying cause. That's where the second version comes in. 2. The strong anthropic principle. Now things get weird. It says, the universe must have the properties necessary for life because life is meant to exist. This sounds dangerously close to purpose, or even design, but not necessarily religious design. More like the universe is biased towards consciousness. Some go further. Maybe observers are a fundamental part of reality itself, that the universe requires minds to make sense of it. Multiverse and cosmic luck. Let's get scientific again. Modern physics suggests that our universe might be one of many. Thousands, millions, even infinite universes. Each with different laws, different constants. Some are too chaotic, some collapse immediately, some expand too fast, some never form atoms, but one, ours, happens to work. And in that one, we evolved. So again, the anthropic principle says it's not surprising we're in a life-permitting universe. We had to be. We're in the lottery-winning universe simply because losers don't get to speak. But what does that mean for you? Here's the twist. This idea isn't just cosmic fluff, it's personal. Because it forces you to face something. You are improbably, almost impossibly here. The odds of your existence, your body, your breath, your mind are astronomical. You're a rare configuration of atoms in a rare planet, in a rare galaxy, in a rare universe. And yet, you exist. That fact alone is staggering. So the anthropic principle whispers, maybe life isn't a fluke. Maybe your presence means more than you think. A mind-expanding thought. Let's go deeper. Some physicists and philosophers believe that consciousness isn't just a byproduct of the universe, but a requirement for it to exist at all. That reality only becomes real when observed. This is echoed in quantum mechanics. Particles exist in superpositions until measured. Then they collapse into a state. So, what if the universe needed an observer to crystallize? And what if that observer is you? From stars to self, the anthropic principle takes you from stars to self. It says, maybe you're not small in the grand scheme, maybe you're essential to it. This doesn't mean you're the center of the universe, but it does mean that you are part of the mechanism that makes it meaningful. You are the question the universe asks itself. You are the mirror it uses to reflect on its own existence. A final reflection. So, the next time you feel insignificant, remember you are built from atoms forged in ancient stars. You are the product of billions of years of cosmic choreography. You are consciousness observing a universe that might not exist the same way without you. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's everything.
Acharasia, why we do things we know we shouldn't. Let me begin with a simple confession. Have you ever told yourself, I really need to stop doing this? Then did it anyway? Maybe you've said, I should wake up early tomorrow, then hit snooze 5 times. Or, I won't text them again. But your fingers betrayed you. Why do we do that? Why do we go against our own better judgment even when we clearly know what's right? Welcome to one of the most human paradoxes of all. Acharasia, the ancient Greek word for weakness of will. The Greek dilemma. knowing doesn't equal doing. The concept of akrasia has been puzzling philosophers since Socrates' time. Socrates himself famously denied its existence. He said, "No one knowingly does wrong." He believed that if you truly knew what was best, you would do it. So if you acted wrongly, it must mean you didn't really understand what was right. But Aristotle disagreed. He observed that people can know what's right and still fail to do it. He called this weakness of will akrasia. It's not about ignorance. It's about internal conflict between your reasoning and your desires. You know what's good. You just don't follow through. Sound familiar? Modern versions. I know, but... Akrasia isn't a relic of Greek philosophy. It's alive in every moment we procrastinate, sabotage ourselves, or repeat mistakes we promised we wouldn't. We say things like, "I know smoking is bad, but I'll quit after this pack." Or, "I really shouldn't binge tonight, but I've had a hard day." "I need to study, but I'll just scroll for 10 more minutes." And we know we're lying to ourselves. The problem isn't logic. It's that logic gets outvoted by emotion, habit, or impulse in the moment of decision. You've probably said, "I knew better. I just didn't do better." That's akrania. A story of split selves. Let me tell you a story that changed the way I see willpower. There was once a talented sculptor named Elian. He had a sharp mind, strong hands, and a vision for greatness. But Elian had a weakness: temptation. He would begin sculpting at dawn, full of discipline and resolve. But by noon, he was drinking. By night, gambling. Each morning, he'd rise in shame and whisper, "Today I'll do better, I swear." And he meant it. But each day, he failed. One evening, a friend confronted him. "You say you want to create masterpieces, but every night you destroy the man who could build them." Elian fell silent. He didn't lack knowledge. He lacked consistency. He was at war, not with the world, but with himself. And weren't we all? Why akrasia hurts so much. Here's the real sting of akrasia. It makes us feel divided, like two selves battling inside. One that wants what's best, one that wants what's easy. And every time we fail to follow through, it chips away at our self-trust. Not because others judge us, but because we break promises to ourselves. And over time, that erodes something sacred: the belief that we are who we say we are. Why logic alone isn't enough. You might think the solution is to just try harder. But akrasia doesn't respond well to brute force. Why? Because the battle isn't happening in logic. It's happening in emotion, impulse, and identity. Telling yourself, "I should do this," rarely changes behavior. But reframing it as, "I'm the kind of person who does this," might. The key is not willpower, it's alignment. When your beliefs, habits, and actions align, akrasia has no place to hide. Modern science. What's really happening? Psychology offers insight into this ancient struggle. Hyperbolic discounting. We overvalue immediate rewards over future ones. That donut now feels better than a slim waist next month. Ego depletion. Willpower is like a muscle. It tires out. By the 10th decision of the day, you're too drained to choose well. Identity conflict. If your internal image doesn't match the action, you self-sabotage. Like, "I'm not really disciplined anyway." Knowing this helps, but it doesn't eliminate the struggle. Because knowing isn't doing. That's akrasia, remember? How to fight back? Gently. So how do we overcome it? Not with shame, not with punishment, but with strategy and compassion. Here are a few approaches that help. 1. Make the first step effortless. Instead of write for 3 hours, start with open the laptop. Momentum is magic. 2. Change your environment. Remove temptations before they whisper your name. Set your space to support your higher self. 3. Reframe identity. Don't say, I'm trying to write. Say, I am a writer. Writing is what I do. 4. Celebrate small wins. Progress fuels confidence. Confidence strengthens will. 5. Forgive yourself fast. Falling once doesn't erase who you are. Keep going. The real battle. At the core of acrasia isn't laziness, it's fear. Fear of failure, fear of success, fear of not being enough. So sometimes we sabotage the thing we want most just to stay in familiar pain. But what if you chose differently? What if next time you heard the voice that says, don't do it, you listened? What if you acted in honor of your future self? Even just once. Because each small win rewires your belief. And eventually you become the kind of person who does what they know they should. The final whisper. So here's the truth. You won't always feel like it. You won't always win the inner war. But every time you choose the higher path, you strengthen it. Acrasia is ancient, but so is the courage to overcome it. You don't need to be perfect, just present, just willing, just ready to say, today I choose who I want to become, and I will honor that choice even when it's hard.
Metaethics, the philosophy behind morality. Imagine this. A traveler walks into a remote village. He sees a ritual, unfamiliar, strange, even disturbing. He feels a tightening in his chest. "That's wrong," he whispers. But someone beside him, perhaps a villager, perhaps another traveler, says calmly, "Why? It's their tradition, their belief. Who are you to judge?" And so begins one of philosophy's oldest, most urgent questions. What is right and wrong? And more importantly, who decides? Beyond good and evil, welcome to metaethics. We often argue about morality. Should people eat animals? Is war ever just? Do the ends justify the means? But metaethics doesn't answer those questions directly. Instead, it steps back and asks, what do we mean when we say something is good? Are moral truths objective, like math, or subjective, like taste? Do moral statements describe facts, or just express feelings? It's not about what is moral, it's about how morality itself works. The three main approaches. Let's simplify centuries of debate into three broad camps. 1. Moral realism. Moral realists say there are moral facts. Some things are truly right and wrong independent of opinion. It's like physics. Even if nobody feels that gravity exists, it still pulls things down. Likewise, even if a society approves of slavery, it remains wrong. To moral realists, values are discoverable, not invented. But that raises questions. Where do these moral truths come from? Are they written into the universe like natural laws? If so, how do we detect them? Some say through reason. Some say intuition. Some say God. But even among realists, the map is foggy. 2. Moral anti-realism. This camp says there are no objective moral truths.
Morality is a human construct, like language or fashion. Within anti-realism, there are subgroups. Emotivists argue that moral claims are just expressions of emotion. Saying murder is wrong is like shouting, "Boo, murder!" Relativists believe morality is cultural. What's wrong in one tribe may be right in another. Constructivists argue morality emerges from social agreements, useful but not eternal. To them, there's no moral gravity, only preferences, instincts, and shared norms. But this view also raises concerns. If morality is just opinion, can anything truly be condemned? Was the Holocaust only wrong by today's standards? The anti-realist shrugs. We built morality, so yes, we can unbuild it too. 3. Moral skepticism. This group doesn't deny or affirm moral truth. They simply say, we can't know. Maybe there are moral facts. Maybe not. But humans are too biased, too tribal, too emotional to access them clearly. To skeptics, moral confidence is dangerous. Because history shows every genocide was justified by someone's version of the good. Every tyrant believed they were righteous. So maybe humility is the only sane moral stance? A conversation in the court of conscience. Let's return to a story. In the empire of Nara, a trial was held. A young philosopher, Aaron, stood accused of defying tradition. He refused to kneel before the ancestral altar. The court asked, "Do you deny the wisdom of our forebears?" Aaron replied, "I honor their wisdom, but I question their morality." The judge scowled, "Morality does not change." Aaron said, "Then whose morality is it? The king's? The priest's? The mob's?" The court grew silent. He continued, "If we do not ask where morality comes from, we may mistake habit for justice." He was exiled, but in distant lands, his questions found students, and centuries later, a statue of Aaron stood not because he had answers, but because he dared to ask better questions. Why this matters to you? Metaethics sounds abstract, but it whispers into your life every day. When you disagree with someone politically, when you feel guilt for breaking a rule, when you wonder if kindness is a universal virtue or just something your parents taught you. Behind every moral instinct is a deeper layer. Why do I believe this? Metaethics teaches us to pause, to peel back our judgments, to sit not in moral certainty, but in the uncomfortable honesty of inquiry. A toolkit for the morally curious. How do we live with these questions? Try this. Practice moral humility. Doubt doesn't make you weak. It makes you less dangerous. Distinguish feelings from facts. Just because something feels wrong doesn't mean it is, and vice versa. Be wary of moral certainty. History's worst crimes wore moral armor. Build your ethics like a house. Don't just inherit beliefs. Test them. Strengthen them. Renovate them when needed. A final thought. Metaethics doesn't tell you what to do. It tells you how to think before doing. And in a world drowning in judgment, where everyone claims to know what's right, perhaps the truest virtue is to keep asking, what makes something right? because in that question lies the root of conscience, and maybe the beginning of wisdom.
Eternalism versus presentism. What is time really? What is time? That might sound like a simple question, but philosophers have wrestled with it for centuries, and the more we explore it, the stranger it gets. We experience time like a flowing river. The past is behind us, the present is here, and the future is up ahead. But is this just a trick of the mind? Or is it truly how time exists? This brings us to one of the deepest metaphysical debates in philosophy: eternalism versus presentism. Two worldviews, two interpretations of what it means for something to exist in time, and the answer you lean toward might change how you see life itself. What is presentism? Presentism is the intuitive view most people live by, whether they realize it or not. It claims that only the present is real. The past is gone, the future hasn't happened yet. All that exists is what is happening now. Under presentism, Julius Caesar doesn't exist anymore. He did, but he no longer is. Your future grandchild doesn't exist yet. They might someday, but right now they are nothing. To a presentist, time is like a spotlight on a dark stage. Wherever the light shines, that's the present, and only what's in that light is real. Sounds logical, right? But there's a problem. Does this match what we observe in the universe? What is eternalism? Eternalism offers a very different and much more mind-bending picture. It claims that past, present, and future all equally exist. Time is like a landscape, and every moment is just one location in that terrain. Under eternalism, Caesar still exists, in his time. Your future grandchild already exists, in their time. The year 3025 is as real as the year 25 BC. We're just not there right now. Imagine time as a movie reel. Each frame is a full picture of reality, and all frames exist simultaneously. You experience one frame at a time, but that doesn't mean the others don't exist. To an eternalist, time doesn't flow. We move through it. Einstein and the Block universe. Why do so many modern philosophers and physicists lean toward eternalism? A big reason is Einstein's theory of relativity. According to relativity, time is not absolute. Events that are simultaneous for one observer may not be for another. There is no single universal now. This shatters the presentist model, where the present moment is the same for everyone. Instead, relativity suggests that time and space form a four-dimensional block, known as the Block universe, where all events are laid out, and now is just a subjective experience. Einstein even once said, "For us believing physicists, the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." That's not poetry. That's science. Emotional impacts of eternalism. At first glance, eternalism can feel cold. If every moment exists equally, then what happens to the idea of change? What does it mean to make a choice? If your death already exists in the future, do you still have free will? These are real concerns, but eternalism also offers comfort. For example, if a loved one dies, they don't disappear from existence. They still exist eternally in the moments when they were alive. Beauty, joy, and love are not lost. They're preserved in the structure of time. In this view, life becomes a sculpture, not a vanishing act. And perhaps that is more meaningful than a fleeting now. Presentism and the power of the moment. On the flip side, presentism empowers us in a unique way. It says this moment is all you have. The past cannot be changed, the future cannot be known. But the present, that's where your choices are real. This makes presentism feel urgent, alive, and deeply human. It aligns with how we grieve, how we grow, how we act. It's baked into language. Don't dwell on the past. Live in the moment. The future is uncertain. Presentism supports the idea of progress, decision-making, and personal transformation. It makes morality possible. It puts agency in your hands. Because if only now exists, then what you do now matters more than anything else. The debate is not over. Both views have strengths, both have flaws. Eternalism struggles to explain why we feel time passing, why we remember the past but not the future, how to reconcile free will with a fixed timeline. Presentism struggles to explain how to square with physics, what it means to say the past doesn't exist, whether memories and history are more than illusions. Some philosophers have proposed middle ground views, like growing block theory. The past and present exist, but the future does not. Moving spotlight theory. All time exists, but a now moves along the timeline, giving it special status. But no answer is universally accepted. Your life, your time. So where does this leave you? It leaves you with a powerful realization. Time is stranger than it appears. And whether you lean toward presentism or eternalism, you're being invited to reflect on your existence. Are you the sum of all your moments? Are you just a snapshot in a long eternal reel? Are your future already out there, waiting? Or are you carving it 1 second at a time? Because whether time is a block, a stream, or a flickering flame, your life still burns at its center.
The Copernican principle, you are not the center of the universe. Imagine waking up one day and learning that everything you believed about your place in the world was wrong. That you are not the center. That the earth is not the center. That your existence, no matter how rich with emotion and memory, holds no special place in the grand scheme of the cosmos. This was the shock of the Copernican revolution, and its spiritual child, the Copernican principle, continues to echo in science, philosophy, and how we see ourselves today. The day the heavens moved. For centuries, people believed the Earth was the center of the universe. Why wouldn't they? The sun rose and set each day. The stars circled overhead. Everything in the sky appeared to move around us. This view, called geocentrism, wasn't just scientific, it was emotional. It gave humans meaning, prominence, even divine attention. Then came Nicholas Copernicus in the 16th century, who dared to say, what if the Earth isn't the center? What if it's the sun that everything orbits? It was a radical claim, one that defied theology, power structures, and human pride. But it was right, and it changed everything. The Copernican principle, a philosophical bomb. The Copernican principle goes further than astronomy. It says, you are not special in the universe. There is nothing unique about your position. Let that sink in. Earth is not the center. The sun is not the center. Even our galaxy is just one among billions. We are not the stage. We are a speck. And while this may feel humiliating, it is also liberating. Because if we are not the center, it means everyone else is just as central. It democratizes existence. Applications beyond space. The Copernican principle has become a powerful tool in science, probability, and even ethics. Here's how. Cosmology. We assume that our place in the universe is typical, not exceptional. This helps scientists model cosmic events without assuming a privileged vantage point. Anthropic reasoning. It aligns with the anthropic principle. If we exist to observe the universe, then the universe must be compatible with life like ours. But even then, we are not necessarily special, just one version that worked. Time estimations. The philosopher John Leslie used it to predict durations of events. For example, if you witness an event that's been occurring for 10 years, it's unlikely, but not impossible, that you're witnessing its very beginning or very end. Your presence likely falls somewhere in the middle. A blow to the ego, and why that's good. We are instinctively egocentric.
Our lives feel like the main storyline. Other people are side characters. Events revolve around us. But the Copernican principle breaks that illusion. It teaches humility, not just intellectual, but moral humility. You're not the protagonist of the universe. And once you accept that, something beautiful happens. You start seeing the world as shared, not owned. You become less entitled, more curious, less self-absorbed, more in awe. The spiritual implications. For centuries, religion told us we were made in the image of God, that we were the pinnacle of creation. The Copernican shift challenged that directly. It didn't kill spirituality, but it forced it to evolve. Today, many spiritual thinkers embrace a more cosmic humility. Maybe our value doesn't come from being the center, but from being a conscious part of something vast, mysterious, and connected. In this way, losing the center gave us something more profound: perspective. Modern echoes of the principle. You can hear the Copernican principle whispering in many places today. When someone reminds you, it's not always about you. When scientists study dark matter without assuming Earth is special. When we look for extraterrestrial life and accept we might not be alone. When global crises remind us that we're just a thread in a massive web. It's a principle of decentering, a healthy antidote to narcissism, nationalism, and anthropocentrism. A thought experiment. Imagine you watching a play, but instead of sitting in the front row, you're in the balcony, off to the side. You can still see the story, feel the emotion, witness the beauty, but you no longer think it's performed just for you. That's what the Copernican principle invites: to be an observer, not an owner, a participant, not the axis. A double-edged sword. Some people resist this idea. They say, if we're not special, then what's the point? But that's the wrong question. The point is not to be central. The point is to be connected. In fact, the more we realize we're not the center, the more we open up to others, to their pain, their stories, their truths. It makes compassion possible. Reclaiming meaning in a decentered world. So how do you live meaningfully without being the center? Create, not to be remembered, but to contribute. Love, not to possess, but to connect. Observe, not to control, but to understand. Live, not to be praised, but to experience fully. Your life is not the sun. It's a satellite, dancing through a galaxy of other lights, each with its own orbit. And that, paradoxically, makes it more precious.
The ontological argument. Can God's existence be proven by logic alone? Is it possible to prove the existence of God without any evidence, without miracles, scriptures, personal testimonies, or divine revelation, just through the sheer power of logic? That's the bold claim behind one of the most controversial and fascinating arguments in all of philosophy, the ontological argument. It doesn't ask you to look at the world, it asks you to look at your mind, and then it tries to pull God out of pure reason itself. Let's walk through this curious path of metaphysical deduction and ask whether it leads to the heavens or a dead end. The original argument, Anselm's leap of faith. The ontological argument was first articulated by Anselm of Canterbury, an 11th century monk and theologian. Anselm's reasoning went something like this: God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. In other words, the most perfect being imaginable. It is greater to exist in reality than merely in the mind. Therefore, if God only existed in the mind, we could imagine something greater, one that exists in reality. But we said God is the greatest conceivable being, so he must exist not just in the mind, but in reality. Conclusion: God exists. Simple? Maybe. Persuasive?
Depends on who you ask. Anselm believed this was a knockdown proof. It didn't rely on the world, it relied on logic. If you understand the concept of God, Anselm thought, you're already halfway to proving God exists. But that's exactly where the trouble begins. Critics fire back. Is this just a word trick? Many philosophers thought Anselm's argument was clever but deeply flawed. The first major critic was Gaunilo, a monk who lived at the same time as Anselm. Gaunilo offered a parody. Imagine the greatest possible island. By Anselm's logic, if it's the greatest, it must exist, because existing is greater than not existing. But of course, just thinking of the most perfect island doesn't mean that it actually exists. This counterexample tries to show you can't define things into existence. Fast forward several centuries, and Immanuel Kant offered another famous criticism. Kant argued that existence is not a predicate, not a property that makes something better. For example, think of $100. Whether it exists or not, the idea of it doesn't change. Saying God exists isn't like saying God is wise or God is powerful. It doesn't add a characteristic, it adds a status, and you can't sneak that into a definition without proof. Modern defenses, Plantinga and modal logic. Despite the criticism, the ontological argument didn't die. In fact, it evolved. In the 20th century, philosopher Alvin Plantinga offered a more sophisticated version using modal logic, the logic of possibility and necessity. Here's the basic sketch. It is possible that a maximally great being exists. A maximally great being would have to exist in all possible worlds if it exists in any. If it exists in all possible worlds, it exists in ours. Therefore, such a being, God, exists. This version avoids some problems with Anselm's original, but still hinges on that key first assumption. It is possible that a maximally great being exists. Is that a fair assumption, or is it sneaking in the conclusion? Plantinga himself didn't claim this proves God, only that if it's possible, then God necessarily exists. It's a conditional argument, not an ironclad proof. So, does it work? The ontological argument is less about converting skeptics and more about stretching the boundaries of reason itself. Its real value may not be theological, but philosophical. It forces us to ask, what does it mean for something to exist? Can logic alone reach beyond the physical world? Are some things necessarily true? Can we build reality from definition? And for believers, it offers a kind of intellectual beauty, the idea that faith might also have a foundation in reason, not just emotion or tradition. But even among believers, many find it unsatisfying. They might say, even if God exists as a logical necessity, that's not the same as knowing Him, experiencing Him, or trusting Him. In that sense, the ontological argument might be a seed, but not the tree. Lessons beyond theology. Even if you're not religious, the ontological argument teaches something profound. Ideas have power. Definitions shape reality, and words, used precisely, can attempt to reach the infinite. Whether or not you accept the argument, it opens up new questions. Are there other things that exist just by definition? Is possibility enough to guarantee existence? Can we argue a soul, or justice, or love into being? Philosophy is full of weird puzzles, but few are as ambitious as this. The mystery remains. For nearly 1,000 years, the ontological argument has stirred admiration, frustration, fascination, and debate. It walks the razor's edge between logic and belief, between thought and world, between what is and what must be. Maybe the best way to understand it isn't as a final answer, but as a mirror, because in trying to define the greatest conceivable being, we often discover the limits and the reach of our own minds.
The lottery paradox. Why belief isn't always rational. Let me ask you a simple question. If a lottery has 1 million tickets and only one will win, would you bet that ticket number 587,231 will lose? You'd say, yes, of course. In fact, you'd say the same for ticket number 1, and ticket number 2, and ticket number 999,999. In fact, you'd believe that every single ticket will lose. But you also know one of them must win. So now we're stuck. You believe of every ticket, this one won't win, but also one of them will win. Welcome to the lottery paradox. The root of the paradox. The philosopher Henry E. Keiberg posed this puzzle to challenge our understanding of belief and probability. Here's the contradiction. You are justified in believing each ticket will lose, since the odds are 999,999 out of 1 million. But you cannot rationally believe that all tickets will lose, because that would mean no ticket wins, and that's impossible. So your individual beliefs are rational, but the set of your beliefs becomes irrational. That's the paradox. How this plays out in life. You may think this is just about lotteries and numbers, but think again. We do this all the time. We believe each politician is likely corrupt, but we believe someone has to be trustworthy. We think every startup will probably fail, but we also expect innovation to come from somewhere. We believe we'll never be the one who gets seriously ill, yet we know someone must be that statistic. We hold thousands of beliefs that feel safe individually, but collapse under the weight of collective logic. A story of blind confidence. Let me tell you a story. In a coastal village, there was a fisherman named Wei who had a curious habit. Every morning, he'd examine the sky and say, "No storm today, not likely." He had studied clouds his whole life, and each day he was right. No storm. People began to trust him. He became the weatherman of the village. One day, a traveler asked, "Don't you think there will ever be a storm?" Wei laughed. "There hasn't been one in 20 years. And yet that night, a typhoon struck. Boats were lost, lives too. Because believing each day is safe led to ignoring the truth that someday will not be." Why this paradox matters. The lottery paradox is more than just mental gymnastics. It strikes at the heart of what it means to believe responsibly. It shows us rationality isn't just about individual facts. It's about coherence. Truth isn't what feels likely. It's what holds up under contradiction. Justification isn't enough. Consistency matters. In a world full of uncertainty, it's easy to say, "I believe this won't happen." Again, and again, and again, until suddenly it does. And we say, "How could this be? I never saw it coming." But we did. We just refused to accept it. The psychology behind the paradox. Why do we fall into this? Because humans are pattern seekers, risk minimizers, comfort maximizers. We prefer a long string of small certainties over one uncomfortable truth. We believe everyone else will suffer misfortune, not me, even when statistics disagree. This paradox highlights a flaw in how our minds balance probability versus truth. Lessons from the paradox. So, how do we live with this knowledge? Here are 3 takeaways. 1.
Be wary of aggregated assumptions. Just because each belief feels safe doesn't mean the whole story makes sense. Ask yourself, if I apply this belief to everyone, does it still hold up? If not, pause. 2. Accept that certainty is rare. Life is full of high probability situations, not guarantees. Don't confuse confidence with truth. Even the unlikely happens, especially over time. 3. Reconciled belief with humility. Hold beliefs gently. Be willing to say, I believe this, but I know my belief might not reflect reality. That's not weakness. That's philosophical strength. Closing thought. The lottery paradox doesn't just ask about tickets. It asks about our judgment, our confidence, our responsibility to think beyond the obvious. Because the problem isn't that we're wrong. It's that we can be individually right, but collectively blind. And in that blindness, storms come, unnoticed.
The paradox of choice, when more options make us miserable. We often believe that freedom equals happiness. And what is freedom if not the ability to choose? More choices mean more opportunities. More options mean more power, right? But what if too many choices actually make us less happy? Welcome to the paradox of choice, a modern philosophical dilemma that strikes at the very heart of consumerism, freedom, and well-being. The promise of modern life. Imagine walking into a supermarket. You're in the cereal aisle. There are 60 different types of cereal. Organic, whole grain, gluten-free, frosted, chocolate-flavored, high fiber, low fat. The list goes on. In theory, this should be amazing. With so many options, you're more likely to find the perfect one for you. But in practice, something strange happens. You feel overwhelmed. You start comparing, second-guessing, worrying. And by the time you make your choice, you're not excited, you're drained. Worse, you may leave the store and wonder, did I pick the best one? What if the other cereal was better? That's the paradox of choice in action. Barry Schwartz and the modern malaise. Psychologist Barry Schwartz brought this concept to the mainstream in his book, The Paradox of Choice. He argued that too many options can lead to anxiety, indecision, and dissatisfaction. Instead of liberating us, abundance can paralyze us. We become obsessed with making the best decision, often at the cost of peace of mind. And even when we choose, the fear of missing out, FOMO, lingers. Satisficers versus maximizers. Schwartz described two types of decision makers. Satisficers, people who choose something that's good enough. Once they find it, they stop searching. Maximizers, people who seek the absolute best. They analyze every option, compare, and often feel regret, even after choosing. Here's the kicker. Maximizers usually make better decisions by objective standards, but they're less satisfied. Why? Because they constantly wonder if there was a better option. Real-life impacts of too many choices. Dating apps. Swipe, swipe, swipe. With hundreds of profiles at your fingertips, commitment becomes harder.
Why settle when you could meet someone better with just one more swipe? Streaming services. Endless options. But how often do we end up scrolling for 30 minutes and watching nothing? Career paths. With so many industries, skills, remote jobs, side hustles, many feel stuck not because they lack options, but because they have too many. Lifestyle choices. Minimalism, veganism, hustle culture, slow living, van life. The internet gives us endless paths, yet we feel more lost than ever. The anxiety of responsibility. More choices mean more responsibility. If you're unhappy with your job, your partner, or your city, well, you chose them. With no one else to blame, dissatisfaction becomes internalized. We don't just fear making the wrong choice, we fear being responsible for our own unhappiness. Freedom doesn't equal fulfillment. Philosopher Isaiah Berlin spoke of two types of freedom. Negative freedom, freedom from interference. No one tells you what to do. Positive freedom, freedom to act in alignment with your values. The paradox of choice exposes the downside of excessive negative freedom. When everything is possible, nothing feels stable. We float in an ocean of options, unanchored. And ironically, we may long for limits, for clarity, for simplicity, for structure. The illusion of the perfect choice. Much of our suffering comes from a toxic belief. There is one perfect choice, and I must find it. This is especially dangerous in a culture of optimization. We're told to find the best diet, choose the most fulfilling career, be in the most compatible relationship, travel to the most scenic destinations. But life isn't a spreadsheet. Sometimes good enough is actually perfect because it gives us room to live. How to escape the trap. Here's how to reclaim peace in the age of overchoice. Set boundaries. Limit your options before you begin choosing. Only browse 5 job postings. Only look at 3 jackets. Simplicity helps. Accept good enough. Stop chasing perfection. Start appreciating adequacy. It's more powerful than it sounds. Practice gratitude. Focus on what your choice gives you, not what the alternatives might have offered. Let go of FOMO. Remind yourself, you don't need the best. You need what aligns with your life now. Make peace with imperfection. No choice will ever be flawless, and that's okay. Wisdom from the old ways. Ancient wisdom understood this deeply. Stoics, for example, didn't advocate infinite options. They focused on what was within your control and let go of the rest. Zen Buddhism teaches simplicity not because it's trendy, but because it frees the mind. Even spiritual traditions taught that freedom without discipline is chaos. We weren't meant to carry 1,000 options in our heads every day. In the end, choose to choose less. The paradox of choice isn't about being ungrateful. It's about recognizing that freedom has a shadow. And when options become overwhelming, the answer isn't to eliminate choice altogether, but to be intentional with what we allow into our lives. You don't need every flavor of happiness. You just need one that tastes true to you. The liar paradox, when language devours itself. This statement
is false. Read it again. This statement is false. If it's true, then it must be false. But if it's false, then it must be true. Your brain wants to escape. It circles the sentence like a snake biting its own tail. Welcome to one of the oldest and strangest riddles in logic and philosophy. The liar paradox. The paradox unwrapped. The liar paradox is deceptively simple. In its classic form, it's a sentence that refers to itself. What I'm saying right now is not true. But if it's not true, then what it's saying must be true. Which means it's not false, which means it's not true. And so the loop begins. It's a linguistic black hole, collapsing certainty into contradiction. No matter where you grab it, it slips through reason's fingers. Why this matters? More than you think. You might wonder, okay, fun puzzle, but why should I care? Because language is how we understand reality, and when language collapses in on itself, so does meaning. In law, science, ethics, even in how we talk to ourselves, we rely on sentences to say something. Something stable. Something coherent. But the liar paradox exposes a terrifying crack. What if some sentences cannot be resolved, not because they are complex, but because they're broken at their core? This doesn't just mess with philosophy, it shakes the foundation of logic, computation, even truth itself. A trial in the Tower of Tongues. Let me tell you a story. In the Tower of Virel, a kingdom of scholars lived. They were obsessed with clarity. Every truth cataloged, every word sharpened. One day, a child ran through the marble halls shouting, "The oracle lies!" The oracle was their language machine, a great computer built to speak only truths. Panicked, the elders questioned the child. "What do you mean?" She pointed to the terminal. On the screen, the oracle had printed, "Everything I say is false." The scholars froze. They debated, screamed, rewrote definitions. Some called it a bug. Others called it a prophecy. But nothing made the sentence go away. It just hovered. And from that day on, they called it the whisper that ate the world. Solutions attempted, none satisfying. Throughout history, logicians and philosophers have tried to fix the liar paradox. Here are a few attempts. Reject self-reference entirely. Ban sentences that refer to themselves, but this cripples language, like banning mirrors because they sometimes confuse us. Create truth hierarchies. Say there are levels of truth. This sentence is false exists at a different level than ordinary truth. But how many levels? And who decides them? Declare it meaningless. Some argue it's just nonsense, a glitch in grammar. But if so, why does it feel meaningful? Each solution opens more questions. Because the real problem isn't just this one sentence, it's what it reveals. That even our most basic tools for truth can eat themselves alive. The liar paradox in real life. You've felt this paradox. Not in a logic textbook, but in your own life. When someone says, "I'm lying right now." When a politician says, "Don't trust anything I say." When your inner voice says, "I'm never honest with myself." Or, worst of all, "I'm worthless, but I'm lying, but am I?" The liar paradox is not just a puzzle. It's a mirror, reflecting the parts of us that can't hold a steady truth, that flicker between sincerity and self-doubt, that don't know when they're being honest anymore. Living with paradox. So, what now? Do we despair? Abandon logic? Speak only in grunts and gestures? No. We evolve. The liar paradox teaches us humility. It reminds us that not every sentence can be trusted, that not all questions have answers, that sometimes seeking certainty creates contradiction. And in that awareness, we grow sharper, more careful, more compassionate, even towards our own confusion. Because the mind is not a flawless machine. It's a field of wild contradictions, trying bravely to speak truth through fog. The last lesson. As we close this journey, from absurdism to ethics, from logic to metaphysics, from ancient riddles to modern fears, let the liar paradox be your final companion. Not to frustrate you, but to free you. Because once you realize that even truth can break, you stop worshiping answers and start honoring the courage to keep asking. This sentence is false, it says, and still you nod and move forward. Not because you solved it, but because you dared to face it. And that, perhaps, is the truest truth of all.